Chapter 579. In the valley. The rabbit monarch's face twitched as it looked at Wang Ku praising itself and scolding Chao Xiong. After listening to Wang Ku's analysis, the rabbit monarch was at a loss. All right, that's all there is to the situation. I'm sure you've already figured it out. I'm sure your rabbit pack is also a victim. You've been deceived by Chao Xiong and suffered heavy losses. How about this? I'll give you some advice to reduce your losses. Wang Ku said. You're giving us advice? The rabbit monarch narrowed its eyes. We're here to kill you. Do I need your advice? That's right. I see that some members of the rabbit pack have sacrificed themselves. What about their families? Have you considered giving them some money to settle down? What about their wives and children? As the leader, don't you have to consider the future of your subordinates' families? They worked hard for you and even lost their lives for you. Isn't it only right for you to help them settle their funerals? Wang Ku glared. The group of rabbit demons glared at Wang Ku. Settle their funerals? In the world of demonic beasts, the strong preyed on the weak. If they died, their wives and concubines would be ours. Their belongings would be ours. What's there to settle? Don't look so indifferent. What if it were you? Don't you demonic beasts care about your own families? If anything happened to you, what would happen to your children? Have you considered it? Wang Ku glared. The group of rabbit demons frowned slightly. Bury the sacrificed rabbit demons properly. Then, take the money from the corpses of Chao Xiong's subordinates and compensate the families of the sacrificed rabbit demons. This way you can reduce your financial losses. Wang Ku advised. The group of rabbit demons looked at Wang Ku strangely. Humph, Wang Ku, do I need you to teach me? Chao Xiong already said that you're a fake son-in-law. The rabbit monarch glared. Aya, why are you still being stubborn with me? That Chao Xiong ran away out of guilt. Can you believe his words? Have you been to the 100,000 mountains? Have you investigated the situation? Do you believe everything he says? Wang Ku glared. The rabbit monarch looked at Wang Ku with a black face. It took a deep breath and said, Fine, fine, he's a liar. If he's a liar, so be it. Humph, Wang Ku, are you the great benevolent prince consort? Someone favored by Xianghua? That's right. The entire good deity is waiting for me to go. They've prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for me. If anything were to happen to me, it would be a slap to the entire Daisan dynasty's face. Wang Ku said. At the side, Wang Yuli glared at Wang Ku. You're bragging too much. Even the good God doesn't know you're here, right? Alright then, you can go. I can spare your life. I'll only kill Wang Yuli. The rabbit monarch said solemnly. Wang Ku nodded. Wang Yuli glared at him. Why? Why should you kill me and not him? We didn't kill Wang Ku because we misunderstood him in the past. We were cheated by Chao Xiong. Wang Ku didn't offend us, so why should we kill him? As for you, Wang Yuli, I'm sorry. Someone paid for your life, and we took their money to eliminate them. If I don't kill you, my reputation will be tarnished in the future. How can I accept jobs then? The rabbit monarch said solemnly. I'm the Great Benevolent Ministry of Rights Minister. I'm an official of the Great Benevolent Imperial Court. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid of the Daisan dynasty's wrath? Wang Yuli glared. Wrath? Of course we know that. However, my employer will help me eliminate some of the effect. You're only the Great Benevolent Ministry of Rights Minister, while Wang Ku is the Great Benevolent Prince Consort. Their influence is different. Killing you won't affect me much. The rabbit monarch said solemnly. Bullsh *t. Killing me won't affect you as much as killing Wang Ku? Wang Yuli glared at him. I'm the real Great Benevolent Ministry of Rights Minister, while Wang Ku's Great Benevolent Prince Consort is fake. Are you guys crazy? I feel that the rabbit monarch is right. Wang Yuli, I'm also quite busy. Let's bid farewell here. It just so happens that I've cooked a last meal for you, so I've fulfilled my duty as a friend who met by chance. I'll take my leave now. Wang Ku immediately wanted to escape. Bulsh *t. Wang Ku, you can't leave. Wang Yuli exclaimed immediately. Damn it, if you swaggered off, wouldn't I be in trouble? Why can't I leave? Wang Yuli, you're the Daisen dynasty's Minister of Rights Minister. You're a modest gentleman with a broad mind. Don't slander me at this crucial moment. Wang Ku glared at him. Wang Yuli almost vomited blood in Wang Ku's face. Who slandered you? I haven't even opened my mouth. Rabbit Monarch, I'm going to expose you. Wang Ku lied to you. He's not the great benevolent prince consort at all. Also, he lied to you. It has nothing to do with Chao Xiong. I even saw Zhang Zhengdao a while ago. Wang Yuli exclaimed. Rabbit Monarch! Wang Yuli, why are you framing me? Wang Ku glared at him angrily. Who's framing you? I can swear on my reputation that it's all true. That day, you and Zhang Zhengdao even caught 3 members of the rabbit pack and sold them to me. Isn't that right? Among the 3 rabbit demons, 1 had buck teeth, 1 had broken teeth, and 1 had pierced ears. Isn't that right? Wang Yuli shouted. The rabbit monarch's expression changed. It's our 3 missing brothers. The group of rabbit demons' expressions changed. Wang Yuli, don't slander me. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you slandering me? I'm not the one who wants to kill you. You're the Minister of Rights of the Great Benevolent Kingdom. Along the way, you bragged about being a great benevolent scholar. Is this how you scam me? Wang Ku glared and scolded. Wang Ku, you can't leave. You can't blame me for this. You did all of this. I'm the Minister of Rights of the Great Benevolent Kingdom. I'm the great benevolent scholar. I can't lie. I want to tell the truth. I want justice for the dead rabbit demons. I can't let them die without knowing why. Wang Yuli shouted. Wang Ku's face darkened. Are you trying to give justice to the rabbit demons? You're dragging me down with you. You shameless old man. I even saved you. Is this how you repay me? You did save me. I said that I owed you a favor. However, you said that you would convert this favor into cash. I gave you 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. I don't owe you anything anymore. I've already converted it into cash. Wang Yuli shouted. Bulsh *t. That 1 million kilograms of spirit stones was the money from selling the rabbits, not the money for the favor. Wang Ku shouted. Wang Ku's face stiffened after he finished speaking. What the f*ck, did I say the truth too quickly? As expected, Wang Ku turned to look at the group of rabbit demons. He saw that the eyes of the group of rabbit demons were all red. Flames seemed to be burning around their bodies. Wang Ku, you've been lying to me from the beginning to the end? The Rabbit King said coldly. Wang Ku's face stiffened. He turned to look at Wang Yuli fiercely. Wang Yuli's face stiffened. Don't blame me. I was just trying to stall for time. You know why I'm stalling for time. I can only trouble you. Bulsh *t. What does stalling for time have to do with me? Why are you dragging me down with you? Wang Ku glared angrily. Because I have a feeling that you can help me stall the rabbit demons. After we get through this crisis, I'll apologize to you. Wang Yuli said bitterly. Bah. I wasn't in danger in the first place. It's all your fault. Wang Ku roared angrily. In the distance, the fury of the rabbit demons had reached its peak. Kill them. Don't leave a single one of them alive. I want to tear them into pieces. Roar. The Rabbit King roared. Roar. The crazed rabbit demons suddenly grew in size and pounced toward Wang Ku and the other 2 in a frenzy. It's over. Wang Yuli said in despair. Sir. The coachman also stood in front of Wang Yuli in despair. The group of rabbits pounced toward them. Life and death were on the line. Suddenly, a blue light shot out and shone on the bodies of all the rabbit demons. Buzz. He saw that the rabbit demons that were pouncing towards him suddenly trembled, and all of a sudden, they stopped moving. What? The coachman exclaimed. They've all been frozen? How can that be? Wang Yuli said in surprise. The two looked at Wang Ku and saw that Wang Ku was holding the light-stabilizing mirror in his hand. A pile of spirit stones beside him surged into it. The light-stabilizing mirror released a blue light that instantly shone on the rabbit demons. All the rabbit demons were frozen in midair. This is the Skywolf Sect's light-stabilizing mirror? Since when can it freeze even Essence Soul Realm demon beasts? Wang Yuli said in surprise. I'm the Skywolf Sect Master. Of course, this is the light-stabilizing mirror. There's a sea calming pearl in the light-stabilizing mirror. Of course, it can freeze the rabbit demons. Back then, I could even freeze the blood sea. That's right. That's right. My money, Wang Ku said in despair. However, he saw the spirit stones in front of him being depleted rapidly. Who could withstand the expenditure of tens of thousands of kilograms? Quick, get rid of them. Coachman, you do it. Here, take this sea calming pearl of mine. Kill them. They can't move. Quick. Wang Ku took out another sea calming pearl. The coachman stared at the blue light. That rabbit monarch can still move? What? Wang Ku's expression changed. Indeed, the rabbit monarch was walking towards Wang Ku step by step. What a light-stabilizing mirror! What an impressive sealing ability! However, it's still not enough to trap me, the rabbit monarch said malevolently. Damn, what's going on? 6 sea calming pearls aren't enough? Wang Ku exclaimed. As he spoke, he stuffed the sea calming pearl in his hand into the light-stabilizing mirror again. 7? Still not enough? 8? 8 is enough. The rabbit monarch can't move. It can't move anymore. Quick, get rid of it! Wang Ku shouted at the coachman. However, the coachman still didn't move. This was because the rabbit monarch was slowly taking off its sunglasses. It's just taking off its sunglasses. What are you afraid of? Wang Ku glared at the coachman. The moment the rabbit monarch took off its sunglasses, its eyes suddenly emitted a large amount of red light. Boom! Countless red lights emerged from the rabbit monarch's eyes and rushed towards everyone. Buzz! The coachman and Wang Yuli suddenly became motionless as though they were hypnotized. The rabbit demon's red-eyed demonic art? Wang Ku's expression changed. Although the red light couldn't overcome the light-stabilizing mirror's blue light, it was able to hypnotize everyone. Even Wang Ku was suddenly affected. Buzz! When the red light rushed into Wang Ku's eyes, it was as though it had a hypnotic effect that rushed into Wang Ku's mind. Unfortunately, Wang Ku's body was filled with turbid quintessential essence. The stench of turbid quintessential essence could awaken countless hypnotic effects. Even Lust's mental manipulation was awakened by the stench of turbid quintessential essence. How could this red-eyed demonic art hurt Wang Ku? You? Why are you fine? The rabbit monarch exclaimed with wide eyes. The rabbit monarch was wearing sunglasses to hide its red-eyed demonic art. It was its secret weapon that had always been successful. This was also the most important reason why it dared to become an assassin. In the past, when it encountered people stronger than itself, they all fell under its red-eyed demonic art. How could Wang Ku be fine? Of course I'm fine. You darned rabbit monarch, how much money have you caused me to lose? Wang Ku roared gloomily. The light-stabilizing mirror was powered by 8 sea calming pearls. Its power was terrifying. Similarly, the consumption of spiritual stones was also terrifying. In just a short while, 1,000,000 kilograms of spiritual stones had been depleted. Wang Ku had no choice but to take out another pile. Damn it, he was in deep trouble because of Wang Yuli today. Grabbing a turbid quintessential essence ball, Wang Ku was about to stuff it into the mouths of Wang Yuli and the coachman. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 580. Wang Ku was not affected by the rabbit monarch's red-eyed demonic technique. He grabbed the light-stabilizing mirror with one hand and used the spirit stones to drain it. With the other hand, he held a ball of turbid quintessential essence and was about to stuff it into Wang Yuli's mouth to wake him up. Just as he was about to stuff it into Wang Ku's mouth, The coachman suddenly rushed out and struck the back of Wang Ku's hand. Boom! It instantly interrupted Wang Ku's attempt to save Wang Yuli. What's going on? I'm trying to save you. Why did you hit me? Weren't you all hypnotized? Wang Ku exclaimed. They were hypnotized. Wang Ku, you must die today. The rabbit monarch roared. It's none of your business. You can't even move. Wang Ku glared at it. I can't move, but they can, the rabbit monarch said coldly. The coachman's eyes were glazed over. Suddenly, his face turned ferocious and he struck the rabbit monarch's back. What? Your hypnosis can control the hypnotized? Wang Ku exclaimed. Wang Yuli can't move under hypnosis, but you can't? Don't worry, this coachman can be hypnotized. This coachman is at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and you are only at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Die! The rabbit monarch shouted. Boom! The coachman's palm landed on Wang Ku's back. However, it only made Wang Ku's clothes flutter. A hole was left in Wang Ku's clothes. That was all. The rabbit monarch glared at Wang Ku. Don't you feel pain? Pain my ass. Rabbit monarch, let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Don't ask for help. Wang Ku glared at it. Boom boom. The coachman struck Wang Ku twice, but Wang Ku still did not react. This is impossible. Why aren't you reacting? The rabbit monarch exclaimed. Wang Yuli, your coachman has gone mad. Can you still withstand the Rabbit King's red-eyed demon technique? Come, eat my antidote and you will wake up. Wang Ku continued to stuff the turbid true essence into Wang Yuli's mouth. Boom boom boom. The coachman made another series of moves, making it difficult for Wang Ku to save the two of them. What the F***ck? Can't you just stop for a while? Wang Ku waved his hand. Forget it, I won't be able to use it if it's too thick, so I'll just dilute it a little. Turbid Zhen Yuan, turn it into turbid Zhen Qi. Disperse. Boom! Yellow smoke instantly enveloped everyone from all directions. Wang Ku was not affected by the turbid true Qi, so he could not sense the stench. However, the others were different. Wang Yuli and the coachman, who were staring blankly, suddenly trembled and their eyes rolled back. On the other side, the rabbit demons that were frozen by the light-fixing mirror suddenly smelled an unprecedented stench. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in their minds. That stench rushed straight into the depths of the rabbit demons' souls. Blurg! Save me, my king, save me, Blurg! I can't take it anymore. What is this? Who farted? My king, it stings my eyes. This stench stings my eyes. My eyes hurt. My king, save me. My eyes are so stinging that I can't see. The group of rabbit demons screamed in despair. The rabbit monarch, who bore the brunt of the stench, was tearing up because of the turbid Zhen Qi. Wang Ku, what kind of poisonous gas is this? What is this? My red eyes demonic technique, my eyes, ah! The rabbit monarch let out a shrill scream. Not only were its eyes stinging, it was also smelly. What was the rabbit monarch supposed to do with this stench? Even if it activated its energy shield, it was useless. The turbid Zhen Qi seemed to be able to penetrate the energy shield. Ah! The rabbit monarch and the group of rabbit demons screamed together. Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli and the coachman. Why aren't you awake? Why aren't the two of you awake yet? Wang Ku roared in frustration. He saw that Wang Yuli and the coachman's eyes had rolled back into their heads. White foam was coming out of their mouths as their bodies trembled. Wang Ku! You guys were hypnotized and then inhaled the turbid Zhen Qi. Don't tell me you guys will die from the stench? That shouldn't be the case. Wake up! Wang Ku shouted. However, the two of them were still trembling and foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, the rabbit monarch was also hypnotized. It couldn't hypnotize the coachman anymore. The coachman calmed down a lot. Wang Ku went closer and prepared to feed the two of them more viscous turbid Zhen Qi. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from the sky. What's that smell? Why is it so smelly? A woman's voice sounded. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, instantly forming a huge storm. For a moment, earth and rocks were sent flying. Everyone was instantly thrown to the side and fell to the ground. Wang Ku staggered from the strong wind and almost fell. The group of rabbit demons were also sent flying. The group of rabbit demons slammed into the mountain wall not far away. They were all out of the range of the light-fixing mirror. The rabbit demons were free. The freed rabbit demons didn't run or pounce forward. Instead, they leaned against the mountain wall and bent down. The rabbit demons vomited non-stop. With the strong wind, the stench in the air dissipated. Wang Yuli and the coachman fell to the ground and trembled for a while. Their unfocused eyes returned. What happened just now? Wang Yuli suddenly vomited. Sir, I don't know either. Why did I vomit? The coachman knelt on the ground and vomited as well. Wang Ku looked at the culprit. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in yellow fur. She was quite beautiful. She held an opium pipe and stood by the carriage. She smoked while looking at the fainted horse on the ground. A pair of exquisite boots kicked the foaming horse. The woman frowned and looked over. Wang Yuli, what's going on? Why did you invite me here in such a hurry? Just because of these little demons? There was a hint of impatience in the woman's eyes. Opium pipe demons? Wang Ku was stunned. Who was this woman? What an arrogant tone. What an imposing manner. Could she be the rescue team Wang Yuli asked for? Boss Wang, you're finally here. Wang Yuli vomited while looking at the yellow-clothed woman in surprise. Wang Yuli's eyes were filled with admiration. When he saw Wang Ku, he was stunned. Was this woman Wang Yuli's old flame? Yes, I'm here. Don't look at me like that. I have nothing to do with you. Don't ruin my reputation, the yellow-clothed woman said. All right. Boss Wang, it's this group of rabbit demons. By the way, how are the 2 live rabbits and 1 dead rabbit that I sent over a few days ago? Wang Yuli immediately asked with a smile. They're fine. They've already done it, the yellow-clothed woman said. That's good. Wang Yuli immediately smiled. Right, it's them. Boss Wang, they've been chasing after me. If I hadn't racked my brains to delay them today, I'm afraid I would have died here. Boss Wang, you're a little late. I almost died. Wang Yuli immediately said. Wang Ku's face darkened. You're the one who racked your brains to delay them? It's obviously me. What do you mean I'm late? I arrived before dawn. Is it dawn now? The yellow-clothed woman said coldly. At that moment, a ray of dawn appeared in the darkness from the east. Boss Wang, your timing is really accurate. Wang Yuli smiled bitterly. Is it this group of rabbit demons? The yellow-clothed woman looked at the group of rabbits on the mountain wall in the distance. At that moment, although the Rabbit King and the rabbit demons were free, they seemed to have lost their previous arrogance. All of them turned around and tried to escape in fear. Yo, don't you recognize me? Trying to run away in front of me? The yellow-clothed woman said coldly. Boss Wang, this has nothing to do with me. I was hired by someone to assassinate Wang Yuli. I was paid to do so. Please don't take me in. The Rabbit King said nervously. Wang Ku looked at the Rabbit King in surprise. What's going on? Where's your arrogance just now? Why are you so scared when you see this yellow-clothed woman? You're paid to do so? That's right. Now they're under my protection. Are you going to do anything when they arrive at the benevolent god's capital? The yellow-clothed woman asked. No, I promise I won't. The Rabbit King shouted immediately. All right, I won't keep an eye on them. You know the rules of the Huang Yuanjiu. I'm not hostile to demonic beasts and I won't capture them. However, if they offend me, I'll have to use my connections. The yellow-clothed woman said calmly after taking a puff of her cigarette. I know the rules. I've lost this deal. I promise I won't try anything funny. Who dares to make you angry? I won't touch Wang Yuli. I promise I won't touch him. However, Wang Ku beside him. The Rabbit King looked at Wang Ku reluctantly. Didn't you understand what I said? Do you not want to leave? The Huang Yuanjiu said in a deep voice. No, no, we'll leave now. Go, go! The Rabbit King roared. The members of the rabbit troop didn't dare to make a sound. They followed the Rabbit King and dashed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the group of rabbits disappeared into the forest. Wang Ku stared at the fleeing rabbit demons with wide eyes. Wang Yuli, aren't you going to introduce him to me? Who is this magnificent boss Huang? Wang Ku looked at the Huang Yuanjiu in shock. You're Wang Ku? I've heard that you've opened a company called God King Company. What's that? Swindling the money of countless poor people in Shirwan Mountains? Huang Yuanjiu took a puff of her cigarette and looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Wang Ku's face stiffened. Who made the rumor? When did I swindle? Wang Ku, this is the boss of the world's #1 beast pet pavilion in Good God City, Huang Yuanjiu. She's the one who runs the largest demon beast business in the Central Divine Continent. She was the one who bought my rabbit demons. After dealing with them, she sold them to others as mounts and mountain guardian spirit beasts. Wang Yuli explained. The world's #1 beast pet pavilion boss? You run a pet shop? Wang Ku was surprised. The owner of the largest demon beast pet shop in the Central Divine Continent. No wonder the demon beasts were so scared when they saw her. Pet shop, that's right. I run a pet shop. I buy and sell demon beasts. If you have any goods in the future, give it to me. Huang Yuanjiu took a puff of her cigarette and nodded. Then just now there were so many rabbits. Why didn't you catch them? Wang Ku asked curiously. I never take the initiative to catch demon beasts. I only do business. Little guy, don't you understand karma? I don't touch karma when I do business. I'm just a businessman. The one who touches karma is the person who sells the demon beasts. For example, Wang Yuli sold a few demon beasts to me. I will label them as Wang Yuli caught them. The demon beasts will only seek revenge on Wang Yuli. It has nothing to do with me. Huang Yuanjiu said. Wang Ku's face revealed a strange expression. It has nothing to do with you. If there is no business, there is no harm. You are the culprit, right? Rumor has it that this Wang Ku is oily, smooth-tongued, thick-skinned and shameless. Why does he look so silly? Huang Yuanjiu said with a strange expression. Wang Ku's face darkened. You are the one who is oily, smooth-tongued, thick-skinned and shameless. You are the one who is silly. Damn it, who made the rumor? I am sitting at home. Is the black pot coming from the sky? P.S. First update. Chapter 581. The morning sun shone on the entire valley. Wang Ku watched as Huang Yuanjiu flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Wang Yuli was sitting cross-legged at the side when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! The blood was pitch black. Wang Yuli let out a long breath. Boss Huang is really amazing. He helped me expel the poison with just one palm. Wang Yuli exclaimed. Wang Yuli, you're cured just like that? Wang Ku asked curiously. That's right. It's all thanks to Boss Huang. Look at me, my aura has recovered. Wang Yuli smiled. Bam! Wang Yuli's aura erupted, instantly lifting a pile of rubble around him. Primordial Spirit Realm? Wang Ku was surprised. That's right. I was originally in the Primordial Spirit Realm, but I was suppressed by the poison. I'm fine now. Wang Yuli smiled. What's so great about that? You're definitely no match for the Rabbit Monarch. Now that Huang Yuanjiu has left, what if the Rabbit Pack comes back later? Wang Ku glared. They won't. With Boss Huang personally involved, which mystical beast would dare to act rashly? If any mystical beast dares to go against Boss Huang's words, it'll be a disaster. Wang Yuli smiled. Huang Yuanjiu is just a pet shop owner, right? Is she powerful? Wang Ku asked curiously. She's one of the 2 war gods of the Daisen dynasty's war god temple. Don't you think she's powerful? Wang Yuli shook his head. Wang Ku's face darkened. War god of the war god temple? Doesn't that mean she's in the martial god realm? That's right, Wang Yuli said. She's the war god of the Dacian dynasty's war god temple? Why didn't you tell me just now? Wang Ku glared. You didn't know? I saw Boss Wang talking to you for a long time. Wang Yuli was curious. What the hell would I know? I was wondering how she knew about my situation in the 100,000 mountains. She actually knows more than you do. So, she's from the war god temple. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Ku glared angrily. Why did you say so earlier? Wang Yuli was puzzled. I'm going to the war god shrine to find my master. I didn't follow this ready-made hitchhiker. I've been talking nonsense with an old man like you for half a day. Wang Ku was instantly furious. Wang Yuli's face twitched. Who are you calling a rotten old man? Aren't you? Do you still look young? Are you as handsome as me? Wang Ku glared at him. Wang Yuli. Also, I didn't want to charge you for buying time, but please reimburse me for my losses this time. The light-fixing mirror consumed a total of 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones. Come and reimburse me, Wang Ku said. Wang Yuli looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Just now I was already safe and could have left, but you insisted on dragging me down with you. Otherwise, would I have wasted 2.5 million kilograms of spirit stones? It's all because of you. You won't go back on your word, right? Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. I don't have any money. Wang Yuli glared. T. People say that an honest magistrate can earn 100,000 snowflakes silver in 3 years. You're already the Minister of Rights. Isn't earning money as easy as playing around? Is 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones a lot to you? That's my hard-earned money. Wang Ku glared at him angrily. I really don't have any money. I've always been honest and have never taken bribes or bent the law. Wang Yuli shook his head. T. You even sold a few rabbits to make a profit. Wang Ku glared. My master is an honest and upright official and a scholar. He really doesn't have any money. The coachman on the side added. Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli with a dark expression. Wang Yuli, don't go too far. I cooked a pot of spicy rabbit heads for you, so I won't charge you for it. I saved your life just now, so I won't bicker with you. At the very least, you have to pay me back the 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones I lost. Damn it, this loss is all because of you. I really don't have any money. Wang Yuli shook his head. Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. This was the first time that Wang Ku had met such a straightforward deadbeat. Damn it, how dare you cheat on my money? If you don't give me the money, then leave. Wang Ku glared at him. How about this? Wang Yuli frowned. What? You have the money to pay me back? Wang Ku asked curiously. No, I'll write you a piece of calligraphy. Wang Yuli thought for a moment and said. Wang Ku, you'll write me a piece of calligraphy? I'm not crazy. Why would I want a piece of calligraphy? Last time, my calligraphy was auctioned for 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones. My calligraphy is worth that price. I can write you a few more. Wang Yuli said. Your calligraphy was auctioned for 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones. Where's the money? Isn't that money? Give it back to me. Wang Ku glared. I don't want your calligraphy. That year, there was a flood in the south. I donated it to the suffering people in the south. Wang Yuli said. Wang Ku, you're just bragging. You don't have money when I ask you for it? You'd rather donate it than be a deadbeat? Come, take out the table and grind the ink for me. I'll write Wang Ku a piece of calligraphy to offset the 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones. Wang Ku ordered the coachman. Yes. The coachman immediately did as he was told. Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who wants your calligraphy? You can refuse, but I can't refuse. A piece of calligraphy is 2.5 million jin of spiritual stones. Anyway, I don't owe you anything after I write it. You can do whatever you want, Wang Yuli explained. The coachman at the side began to grind the ink. Wang Ku sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wang Yuli was so shameless. Was he trying to force a deal? I didn't say I wanted your calligraphy. Are you trying to force me to pay 5 million jin of spiritual stones? Wang Yuli, don't go too far. Your calligraphy isn't worth a fart. What you've written is such a mess. How can it be valuable? He's willing to pay 5 million jin of spiritual stones for your calligraphy, not because your calligraphy is valuable, but because of your official position. Your official position is valuable. He's just trying to bribe you. Can't you tell? A piece of calligraphy is worth 5 million jin of spiritual stones. What are you thinking? Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. My lord is a scholar of the Daisan dynasty. He's written countless books and theories. Even if my lord isn't an official, a piece of calligraphy is priceless. It's not the official position you're talking about. The coachman at the side glared at Wang Yuli. Wang Ku looked at the coachman with a black face. You're just bragging. Wang Ku, you don't understand. You'll know in the future. Come, what do you want to write? I'll write it for you. Wang Yuli said confidently. Wang Ku's face twitched. Is this deadbeat shameless? He wants to use a piece of calligraphy to pay 5 million jin of spiritual stones? What the hell? What should I do? He's already in the essence soul realm, and I can't beat him. Will I never get my money back? I've just left the 100,000 mountains, and I'm already making a loss? Wang Ku stared at Wang Yuli gloomily. Wang Yuli held up his brush and waited patiently. He took a deep breath. I have no choice. Since I'm making a loss, I can only reduce my losses. Isn't your calligraphy valuable? Then write more for me. If there are more words, I'll take them apart and sell them for money. All right, if you want to write, then write an essay. Wang Ku took a deep breath and said, Oh? You can ask any question. I'll do my best, Wang Yuli said confidently. When it came to writing essays, Wang Yuli did not reject it at all. It was clear that the benevolent literature ancestor's reputation was not undeserved. This time, I'm going to benevolent God capital to look for my girlfriend, Serene Moon. I'll definitely meet my father-in-law. If my father-in-law tries to break us up, then I'll have a headache. I'll have to flatter my father-in-law. Why don't you write a bootlicking essay that praises my father-in-law? Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli's face stiffened. What do you want me to write? Horse fart writing? That's right, it's an ode to my father-in-law. Take my first-person perspective and do your best to make my father-in-law feel good. Wang Ku said. Wang Yuli's face twitched. This old man has been honest and upright all my life. I have never bowed my head to the rich and powerful. I have a righteous heart and have never flattered anyone. I have also never written a flattering article, let alone a bootlicker. I don't know how to. Aya? You were the one who asked me to come up with a question. You said I could come up with a question and you would do your best to write it. Now I want you to write an essay and you care about your reputation? If you care about your reputation, then don't be a swindler. Don't refuse to pay your debts. If you pay me back 5 million kilograms of spiritual stones, I won't ask you to write any more. You're standing here and refusing to pay your debt. How can there be people like you? Wang Ku glared. Wang Yuli's face turned green and purple. Damn, how would I know? You want me to write a bootlicker? I'm the benevolent literature ancestor. Don't I care about my reputation? My words were full of flattery and bootlicking. Once I write this article, the entire literary world of great benevolence will be shaken. What are you doing? You're going back on your words again? Wang Yuli, why do you always go back on your words? If you don't want to write it, then pay me back. Wang Ku glared. Wang Yuli's face twitched for a while. He suppressed his internal injuries and said, All right. I can write this essay, but you can't say that I wrote it. I'll give it to you once I'm done. It has nothing to do with me. Of course it has nothing to do with you if you give it to me. What do you mean by that? Wang Ku asked curiously. What I mean is that the essay I'm going to write next is not written by me. You can't say that I wrote it. Wang Yuli glared. In other words, you don't even want the right of authorship? Wang Ku was stunned. That's right. It's yours. It's all yours. If you don't agree, I won't write it. Wang Yuli glared. Sure. I didn't plan to use your name anyway. But you have to write bigger words, Wang Ku said with a strange expression. I'm going to sell your words, not your essay. For this essay, I'll cut out every word and redo it. I'll make a lot of big words and sell them separately for money. It doesn't matter if I sign it or not. Alright. Wang Yuli clenched his teeth and nodded. Remember, do your best to praise and praise. The flattery must not be vulgar. It must be fresh and refined. It must be pleasing to the eyes. It must be a great essay. It must be something that people can't help but give a thumbs up after reading it once. It must be something that people can't help but praise. Good flattery. Wang Ku said again. Wang Yuli's face darkened as he ignored Wang Ku. He buried his head and thought hard about how to write this bootlicking essay. Damn it, this old man's reputation can't be ruined by this essay. P.S. Second update. Chapter 582. In the valley. Wang Yuli was thinking hard about Wang Ku's custom-made flattery. This was the first time he had written something so down-to-earth. It had to be fresh, refined, and pleasing to the eye. It had to be praised by everyone. Why don't you just go and die? You want me to write something like this? More importantly, I've never written anything like this before. Just like that, Wang Yuli thought hard for an entire day and night. Wang Yuli, can you do it or not? It's been 1 day and 1 night. Are you bragging to me now? What great benevolent scholar. Is a scholar like you? It's just flattery. Is it that hard? Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli took a deep breath and said, Brush. The carriage driver immediately handed over a brush. Wang Yuli began to write. Ode to Xianghua? Wang Ku looked at what Wang Yuli had written. Xianghua was naturally Wang Ku's father-in-law. This flattery was to flatter his father-in-law, so it was naturally called Ode to Xianghua. When the sage emperor appeared, it was eternal night. When he spoke, it was daytime. You're praising him right from the start? Before my father-in-law appeared, eternal night was like eternal night? When my father-in-law spoke, he set the laws of the world. My father-in-law's every word and action instantly turned eternal night into daytime? Wang Yuli, you're not bad. You started off with a question and you can even match it so neatly? Wang Ku said in surprise. Wang Yuli looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. Can you not comment? Okay. Continue. I won't disturb your writing. Wang Ku said with a strange expression. For this ode to Xianghua, I used the most popular 8-legged prose style to write it for you. Didn't you want more words? This ode to Xianghua has a lot of words. This old man has written many books and theories, and my 8-legged essay is difficult to find a match in the great kindness. I can't say that every word is a gem, but I can guarantee that every sentence is close to your requirements. I won't charge you 5 million caddies of spirit stones for nothing, Wang Yuli said in a low voice. While speaking, Wang Yuli's brush moved like dragons and snakes, quickly writing. 8-legged essay? Wang Ku was stunned. I don't know much about this. 8-legged essay is the official literary format of the current Daisan dynasty. Every scholar must know how to write it, but it is extremely difficult to write it well. My lord's 8-legged essay was unparalleled in the world. During the imperial examination, his essay was published and hundreds of officials were convinced. In one fell swoop, my lord's position in the literary world was established. My lord is modest to you, but I hope you understand that every word of my lord is a gem, and no one can compare to him, said the driver proudly. Really? However, he looks very scholarly. There's nothing impressive about him, Wang Ku said with a strange expression. Wang Yuli finished writing in one go. When he finished writing the last stroke, the essay on the paper seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful light. This is? Wang Ku asked curiously. This is the qi of literature. However, it's not that impressive in an ordinary place. If you were to write in front of the Confucian temple in Chengdu, it would definitely have a different qi. Wang Yuli exclaimed. Confucian temple? Wang Ku said in surprise. Wang Yuli ignored Wang Ku. Instead, he carefully read the Ode to Xianghua. Wang Yuli, check again to see if there are any typos. If there are, write another essay for me, Wang Ku said. Wang Yuli shook his head. Don't worry. Wang Yuli, have never written anything wrong. I'm just feeling a little regretful. What are you feeling regretful about? Is this essay not good enough to flatter you? If it's not good enough, you can rewrite it. Wang Ku glared at him. No, I'm just feeling a little regretful. Why is my essay so good? This old man is an honest and upright official with unquestionable integrity. My sleeves are clean and untainted. This shouldn't be the case. I actually wrote this fawning article at the highest level? Wang Yuli said with an ugly expression. The highest level? This shows that you're the kind of person who writes these kinds of articles. Your unquestionable integrity is just a facade. Wang Ku analyzed. Wang Yuli glared at him and said angrily, Don't you dare insult my integrity. How can I be a flatterer? This essay has nothing to do with me. Listen carefully. It has nothing to do with me. Don't be like this. You can sign it and add a few more words. Wang Ku advised. Dream on. You want me to sign it? I can't afford to lose face like this. Listen carefully. After today, I've never read or heard of this essay. It has nothing to do with me. I won't admit it even if someone tries to blame me. Also, don't tell anyone about this. This essay is Wang Ku's. Do you hear me? Wang Yuli glared at him. Yes, sir. This subordinate swears to protect Sir's reputation. I've never seen this essay before. The cart driver immediately replied. Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. Isn't it just an essay? Do you need to have such a big reaction? This isn't my essay. It's yours. Also, we're even. Wang Yuli glared at him. Wang Ku had a strange expression. My 5 million caddies of spiritual stones. We're even? Take it or leave it. Wang Yuli said in a low voice. I want it. Of course I want it. Who told me to meet an old swindler like you? Damn, I've suffered a huge loss this time. Wang Ku gloomily took the essay. You signed it? How did you sign it with my name? Wang Ku glared at Wang Yuli. This was originally your essay. It has nothing to do with me. If you don't sign it with your name, do you expect me to sign it with mine? I can't write such a flattering essay, Wang Yuli said proudly. Wang Ku. What's wrong with flattery? Didn't you write it yourself? Besides, what's wrong with me flattering my father-in-law? If my father-in-law is satisfied, I won't be able to take Serene Moon away. Alright, that's all for now. We should be on our way. I don't want the Rabbit Monarch and the rest to go back on their word. Wang Ku gloomily put away the essay. I told you, the Rabbit Monarch doesn't have the guts. With Boss Wang's orders, which demonic beast would dare to court death? Wang Yuli said confidently. Half a month later, in a large hall in the benevolent god's capital, there were two people in the dark hall. One of them was Chao Xiong, and the other was a man in a luxurious robe with his back facing Chao Xiong. Third Prince, this is what happened. This subordinate returned with heavy injuries. Because of my heavy injuries, I was delayed for a period of time to recuperate. I only came back to report today. Please forgive me, Third Prince, Chao Xiong said with an ugly expression. The Third Prince pondered for a moment. Huang Yuanjiu appeared on the battlefield. The Rabbit Monarch has already reported to me what happened. He also mentioned that because of you, his plans were disrupted, causing him to fail at the last moment. Chao Xiong's expression changed. Third Prince, the Rabbit Monarch is slandering me. It's not like that. It's all the Rabbit Monarch's fault. He's crazy. He didn't listen to me at all, but listened to Wang Ke's nonsense. The people I brought this time were all wiped out. Third Prince, this Rabbit Monarch deserves to die. Deserves to die. You picked up my token. Why didn't you return it to me? Instead, the Rabbit Monarch saw it and even acknowledged you? The Third Prince said coldly. It was an accident. Third Prince, I didn't know that the Rabbit Monarch was hired by you. It was all an accident, Chao Xiong said with an ugly expression. An accident? The Third Prince asked in a low voice. Yes, Third Prince, please forgive me. I didn't want to know that you hired the Rabbit Monarch to assassinate Wang Yuli. It's just that at that time, Chao Xiong was extremely anxious. Assassinating an official of the imperial court, especially one with the rank of the Minister of Rights, was something that even the Third Prince couldn't bear if it was exposed, let alone Chao Xiong. Therefore, the Third Prince had hired outsiders to assassinate him. In the end, now that Chao Xiong knew about it, the Third Prince even had thoughts of killing him to silence him. Third Prince, it's all Wang Ke's fault. He and Zhang Jingdao cheated the Rabbit Monarch of their betrothal gift money. Otherwise, the Rabbit Monarch wouldn't have been so angry. I don't understand why Wang Ke's methods are so unscrupulous. He even dabbles in something as immoral as cheating the betrothal gift money. He even cheated the feelings of a bunch of rabbits, Chao Xiong said gloomily. With Chao Xiong's intelligence, how could a minister of justice like him think that Wang Xiong would cheat the Rabbit Monarch of their betrothal gift? The Third Prince took a deep breath. Wang Ke is with Wang Yuli now? It seems like your assassination is useless. Chao Xiong looked dejected. Indeed, with Wang Xiong and Wang Yuli together, Chao Xiong naturally didn't dare to show his face. As for the Rabbit Monarch, it had been threatened by Huang Yuanjiu. How would it have the guts to assassinate him on the road? I think that the Third Prince should forget about assassinating Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli was at the border between the good and evil empires previously, so we could still ask the Rabbit Monarch to assassinate him. But now, Wang Yuli has entered the Daisan dynasty's territory. If he were to be assassinated, it would be detrimental to the country's reputation. Moreover, Huang Yuanjiu has already warned us. If he were to be assassinated, the investigation would definitely lead to the Third Prince. The losses outweigh the gains, Chao Xiong advised. The Third Prince sighed slightly and nodded. However, if we were to assassinate Wang Ke, there is still a chance. Chao Xiong narrowed his eyes. Oh! The Third Prince was puzzled. Separate Wang Ke and Wang Yuli. Third Prince, you will personally welcome Wang Yuli back to the court. Chao Xiong said solemnly. I will personally welcome Wang Yuli back to the court? Yes, Wang Yuli's diplomatic mission to the evil dynasty can be considered a meritorious service to the country. Naturally, he should receive you with courtesy. Third Prince, as the great benevolent Crown Prince, if you lower yourself to go, Wang Yuli will definitely respectfully greet you. Of course, when I say welcome, I don't mean going to Wang Ke's place, but to Wang Yuli's ceremonial team. Wang Yuli previously split his troops into two groups. He took one group in the carriage, and the ceremonial team took the other. Now that the Third Prince is heading to the ceremonial team, Wang Yuli will definitely return to the ceremonial team. At that time, Chao Xiong's eyes flashed with confidence. At that time, will Wang Ke follow Wang Yuli to the ceremonial team? The Third Prince narrowed his eyes. I don't think so. Do you think there will be an extra person in the ceremonial team? Although the ceremonial team is made up of members of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Yuli definitely knows that there are Xianghua spies among them. If there is one less person, it can be explained away. If there is one more person, it will be troublesome to explain. Wang Yuli shouldn't be looking for trouble, Chao Xiong said solemnly. The third prince narrowed his eyes. This subordinate has found out that Zhang Jingdao has already arrived at the good god capital. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao left the 100,000 mountains together. Therefore, this subordinate speculates that Wang Ku will also come to the good god capital. Wang Ku and Wang Ku separated and will definitely come to the good god capital to meet up with Zhang Jingdao. At this time, Wang Ku will be alone. Chao Xiong narrowed his eyes. You want to use the Ministry of Justice's authority to arrest Wang Ku? The third prince frowned. This subordinate is in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Right now, Anka is at hand and all the departments are protecting the safety of the good god capital. The Ministry of Justice naturally can't allow some notorious robbers and prison breakers to cause trouble in the good god capital. This subordinate will arrange for people to search for some notorious robbers and use this opportunity to send people to check the travel permits and household registration of all the people who come to the good god capital. Arresting the notorious robbers is just a pretense. Arresting Wang Ku is the real reason. This subordinate guarantees that Wang Ku will be discovered if he can't enter the good god capital. Then, outside the city we will. Chao Xiong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Good. Chao Xiong, I don't want you to make any more mistakes. The third prince said solemnly. Don't worry, third prince. The 100,000 mountains is Wang Ku's home ground. This is our home ground. Chao Xiong's eyes flashed with pride. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 583. Good God Capital, in a large hall. Zhang Jingdao looked at old dog Murong. Old General Murong, this is simply lawless. That Chao Xiong disguised himself as someone from the Prime Minister's residence and actually tried to assassinate us. Wang Ku is probably in danger this time. Where's Chun Tianyuan? Where's Li Beidu? Why can't I find them? Hurry up and save Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. You said Chao Xiong disguised himself as someone from the Prime Minister's residence to assassinate you? Then you can go to the Prime Minister's residence to report him. Old dog Murong said. Zhang Jingdao's face darkened. I report my superior? Then wouldn't I be waiting to be made fun of? My father is still in prison. Then what do you mean by looking for me? Old dog Murong glared. Wang Ku is also a branch of the War God Temple. We don't know whether he's dead or alive. Shouldn't you care? Also, why can't I find Chun Tianyuan and Li Beidu? Zhang Jingdao frowned. Chun Tianyuan, Li Beidu? They're not in good God capital. You didn't say anything before, nor did you tell them to wait. Old dog Murong glared. You can't blame me for this. Wang Ku suddenly came on a whim. Zhang Jingdao said. Oh right, there's another secret. The Rabbit Regiment wants to assassinate the Minister of Rights, Wang Yoli. Aren't you going to do anything? Zhang Jingdao glared and urged. Old dog Murong narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jingdao. You have something to do with the Rabbit Regiment again? Tell me honestly, how much money did you and Wang Ku get from the Rabbit Regiment this time? I didn't. Zhang Jingdao glared. Bah. You didn't? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. I've already investigated clearly. You turned into a female rabbit and cheated the Rabbit Regiment of a large sum of betrothal money. Don't think I don't know. Old dog Murong glared. This matter, how did it reach your ears? Zhang Jingdao glared. How much is it? You think you can cheat those rabbits of their money? She even turned into a female rabbit to cheat the betrothal gifts? Where's your face? I'm the only one who knows about this. If word gets out, I'll lose all my face. Old dog Murong scolded. What we do has nothing to do with you, right? Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. How is it not related? You're from the Heavenly Wolf sect, and I'm the founder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. I'm also an honorary elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. If someone mentions this matter, I'll have to take the blame. People will say that a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Do you not want my reputation anymore? Old Dog Murong said angrily. Zhang Jingdao looked at Old Dog Murong with a black face. Do you still have a reputation? When have you ever been a crooked stick? Old General Murong, don't stare at these two small amounts of money. I separated from Wang Ku in the Rabbit Regiment. I couldn't find Wang Ku even after half a month. If something happened to Wang Ku, how are you going to explain it to Chen Tianyuan? Zhang Jingdao glared. Explain it to him? Explain it to him, my ass. How could something happen to Wang Ku? He and Wang Yuli are living a good life, and they were even questioned by War God Huang. War God Huang told me to investigate the Rabbit Regiment. Otherwise, how would I know that you have other means to make money? Damn it, cheating a bunch of rabbits of their betrothal gifts. Where's your integrity? Old Dog Murong glared. Zhang Jingdao's expression stiffened. This matter was even reported to War God Huang? What do you think? Old Dog Murong glared. But it has nothing to do with me. From the beginning to the end, it was all Wang Ku's plan. Zhang Jingdao said gloomily. Tell me, how much money did you get? Old Dog Murong glared. Not much. I only took a small amount. Wait, that's not right. Why are you asking about the money? This matter has nothing to do with you. Do you still want to share the loot? Zhang Jingdao suddenly shouted in alarm. At the same time, Zhang Jingdao clutched his money bag. Damn it, I came to ask for help today. Why do I feel like I've walked into a bandit's lair? Old Dog Murong glared at Zhang Jingdao. Why are you so vigilant? Isn't it just a small amount of money? Do you think I care? Besides, what's the difference between putting it in your pocket and mine? You still need my help. Don't I have to bribe you? Zhang Jingdao. What the F***ck, it's just as I thought. Did you just say that War God Huang has seen Wang Ku? Then Wang Ku will definitely be safe. He should be arriving at Shanshindu soon. Ha ha ha, old General Murong, then I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Zhang Jingdao laughed dryly. Why are you leaving? Stay for lunch. Old Dog Murong said. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. You want the money in my pocket, don't you? I sacrificed my body in exchange for this, and you still want to extort me? Dream on. No, maybe Wang Ku has already arrived at Shanshindu, he is not familiar with this place. I will look for him. Zhang Jingdao immediately turned around and ran away. Don't run. Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you. Old Dog Murong shouted. Zhang Jingdao ran even faster. Outside Shanshindu, Wang Ku looked at a group of people who were relying on him in the distance. There were a large number of officials and soldiers welcoming him. Wang Ku could not go over. Who are you? This Wang Yuli is not loyal. He ate so many spicy rabbit heads I made along the way. Damn, we are about to arrive at Shanshindu, but you ran away? You should have at least sent me to the War God Temple. Even if you didn't send me, you should have asked your coachman to send me. You even took the carriage away. Are you so stingy? Wang Ku glared at the group of people who were relying on him. Wang Ku could not do anything about Wang Yuli running away. Fortunately, they had arrived. Shanshindu was right in front of them. Wang Ku turned his head and looked at Shanshindu in the distance. This is the city wall? It's so long. Is this the Great Wall? I can't see the end of it? How big is this good God's capital? Wang Ku looked at the endless city walls in amazement. The city wall was not tall. It was only a few feet high. However, it was painted with all kinds of patterns. There were array flags at every distance. Clearly, Shanshindu should have an array similar to the Sky Wolf Sect's Mountain Guardian array. However, this one was even bigger. He stood on the mountain peak and looked at Shanshindu in the distance. Wang Ku saw a golden cloud in the sky above a group of buildings in the distance. That golden cloud was extremely huge. It seemed to be half the size of Shanshindu in the sky. However, because it was too high, it looked small. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be golden threads flowing into the golden cloud. It was like a golden sea, and the countless golden threads were streams. The sea was like 100 rivers. This golden cloud? Why does it feel familiar? What is this golden cloud? Wang Ke looked at the golden cloud in the sky with a frown. That's merit, the sea of merit of the Daesan dynasty. It's the merit produced by governing the world and being loved and respected by the people of the Daesan dynasty. This sea of merit represents the fate of the Daesan dynasty. An abrupt voice sounded behind Wang Ke. Wang Ke looked at the vast sea of merit in the sky and thought about his merit. This was a stark contrast between a small pond and a huge sea. Hiss! Sea of merit? This is showing off wealth. So many? How can there be so many? Wang Ke exclaimed. In the entire central continent, only the good and evil empires have such a huge sea of merit. This is the fate of the country. This is the sign of a great country. The abrupt voice behind him said in a deep voice. Wang Ke's expression changed. Why is there an aside when I'm just exclaiming? Turning his head, Wang Ke immediately saw a handsome man in white standing behind him. The man's eyes were a little arrogant as he looked coldly at the sea of merit in the sky. Wang Ke's expression froze. Who are you? Why are you behind me? When did you arrive? Just now. When you were staring at the sea of merit, I arrived. The man in white said in a deep voice. What are you trying to do? I don't even know you. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? You are at the Essence Soul Realm? Wang Ke's expression changed. How long has it been since I came out? Why are Essence Soul Realm experts everywhere? The man in white lowered his head and looked at Wang Ke. You don't know me? Should I know you? Wang Ke said with a strange expression. Ha ha, you actually don't know me? The man in white said with a look of disbelief. Are you very famous? Wang Ke was puzzled. Is this person crazy? How can he be so friendly and let others know him? I am the person with the highest bounty in the great benevolent ministry of justice. The bounty is the highest, reaching 15 million kilograms of spirit stones. Who in the entire Daesan dynasty doesn't know me, Qing Baichuan? Are you deliberately pretending not to know me? The man in white said in a deep voice. You? 15 million kilograms of spirit stones? If I catch you, I'll be rewarded with 15 million kilograms of spirit stones? Wang Ke exclaimed with wide eyes. This is not a person, this is a mountain of spirit stones. Qing Baichuan's expression froze as he looked at Wang Ke. What's with that look? You want to catch me and get the reward? Yes. No. I'm just curious. You have a bounty on you. Why are you here? You even sneaked up behind me like a ghost? The point is, I don't know you. Are you planning to turn yourself in and ask me to send you on your way? Wang Ke's eyes lit up with anticipation. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ke with a dark expression. Who wants to turn myself in? Even if I turn myself in, I won't earn 15 million kilograms of spirit stones for you. Why do you have this kind of idea? No, otherwise, why did you suddenly find me? Why are you explaining the Daesan dynasty's virtuous cloud to me? Wang Ke asked curiously. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. You really don't know me? Why should I know you? Wang Ke was puzzled. You're not from the Daesan dynasty, are you? Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes. What? Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. No wonder you have a bounty on you. Now there are so many people watching you. Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Wang Ke was puzzled. You don't know? Qing Baichuan frowned. Know what? Tell me clearly. Why are you talking in riddles? Wang Ke glared. The Daesan dynasty is about to carry out the Enka. At this moment, the entire city is under martial law. The Ministry of Justice is mobilizing all of them to increase their efforts to investigate the people entering and leaving the benevolent God's capital. This is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Ministry of Justice's bounty list is the most important, and I'm also their key target. At this moment, It's impossible to enter the benevolent god's capital, Qing Baichuan said with an ugly expression. What does that have to do with me? Wang Ku glared. I'm the one with the highest bounty on the Ministry of Justice's list. However, I secretly captured an official of the Ministry of Justice and interrogated him. It turns out that the Ministry of Justice's bounty list is only ranked second, and you're ranked first, Qing Baichuan said in a deep voice. Wang Ku glared at Qing Baichuan. Are you kidding? The Ministry of Justice offered a bounty for my capture? Bullshit. Humph, I don't have to lie. However, it's strange to search you. Your search warrant is not on the surface, but in secret. That is to say, not only are you ranked first on the Ministry of Justice's wanted list, but your whereabouts are also shameful. Qing Baichuan frowned. Me? Secretly searching me? Wang Ku's face stiffened. Yes, I've seen your portrait. The Ministry of Justice has already sent people to search not only the city gate, but also the surrounding forests, cities, and towns. When I suddenly found you just now, I felt strange. How could you have the courage to stand in such a conspicuous position? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Also, what kind of crime did you commit to be ranked ahead of me? Why is the Ministry of Justice sparing no effort to find you? This shouldn't be. Qing Baichuan frowned. How would I know? I'm not familiar with the Ministry of Justice. It's my first time in the Daesan dynasty. Wait, Chao Xiong seems to be the Minister of Justice. Could it be? Wang Ku's face changed. P.S. First update. Chapter 584. After Qing Baichuan's description, Wang Ku instantly understood. This must be Chao Xiong taking revenge on him. Damn it, I haven't even entered Xingdu yet, and he's already using his official position to search for me? What did you do? Why did the Ministry of Justice search you more thoroughly than me? Qing Baichuan frowned and looked at Wang Ku. Me? My name is Wang Ku, and this is the first time I've come to the Daesan dynasty. Wang Ku said. Are you a spy sent by the enemy? Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes. Wang Ku, you're really imaginative. Forget it, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Since you're wanted by the Ministry of Justice, I won't inquire about you. However, there are a large number of guards at the city gate, and the Ministry of Justice is also waiting. I'm afraid it will be difficult to enter Xingdu. Qing Baichuan narrowed his eyes and sighed. Do you want to enter Xingdu? Wang Ku asked curiously. Yes, I want to see Xianghua. Xianghua rarely shows up. This time, Enka rarely shows up. I want to take this opportunity to see Xianghua. But now, Xingdu is so heavily guarded that I can't even enter Xingdu. It's really ridiculous. Qing Baichuan frowned. Do you need a travel permit and household registration to enter the city? If you don't have it, you won't be able to enter. Wang Ku said directly. I just caught a person and took his travel permit and household registration. Moreover, I'm familiar with the Daesan dynasty. When the guards ask me about the official of the place where my household registration is, I'll be able to pass through. But my face is too distinctive, and I'll definitely be recognized at a glance. Qing Baichuan frowned. Then you can just disguise yourself? How simple is that? Wang Ku stared at him. Disguise myself? Is it that easy? Do you think the guards are fools? They all have divine senses. Once they scan me, my disguise will be useless. Qing Baichuan said in a deep voice. Wang Ku was taken aback. I have a way to deal with divine sense. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Look, I have a face-changing divine medicine here. Even divine sense can't detect it. Wang Ku immediately promoted. Are you kidding me? When the time comes to verify your identity, you are not allowed to use your divine sense to conceal yourself. Qing Baichuan glared at him. No, you see, I'll show you. Wang Ku said immediately. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Then, he saw Wang Ku apply the potion on his face. In an instant, Wang Ku's face emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Pimples appeared on Wang Ku's face one after another. Soon, Wang Ku's face was completely unrecognizable. Your disguise is to disfigure yourself with poisonous acid? Qing Baichuan exclaimed. How is it? Can your divine sense still scan my original appearance? Wang Ku said with a smile. Are you crazy? In order to enter the city, you don't care about your face? My handsome face is disfigured by your lunacy? Qing Baichuan stared at him in horror. This is not disfigurement. There is an antidote. Look again. Wang Ku immediately took out another bottle of antidote. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When the antidote was poured on his face, Wang Ku's face was restored to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. Qing Baichuan stared at Wang Ku. There is such a thing? It can be restored? Of course, this is my family heirloom. It is extracted from pure natural plant essence. It does not need to be refrigerated, does not contain preservatives, and has no side effects. It is a must-have divine medicine for home travel and murder. Wang Ku explained with great effort. Qing Baichuan was stunned. You are? Since we are fated to meet today, I will sell it to you for 50,000 kilograms of spirit stones per bottle. Buy one, get one free. Buy a bottle of disfigurement medicine and get a bottle of beauty medicine. It is a good deal. Wang Ku persuaded Qing Baichuan. Qing Baichuan, why do I feel like you are promoting a product to me? Qing Baichuan, you are a big shot in the essence soul realm. You won't be stingy with 50,000 kilograms of spirit stones, right? This will affect your handsome temperament. You are worth 15 million kilograms of spirit stones. I am selling it to you at a discount. I think you are a good person, so I am selling it to you. Don't you want to enter the city? Wang Ku stared at Qing Baichuan and introduced him. Qing Baichuan's expression was complicated. Under Wang Ku's promotion, he finally took out 50,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Haha, Qing Baichuan, if you have any business in the future, continue to introduce it to me. I will give you a commission. This allergy medicine could be sold for 50,000 kilograms of spirit stones. It was a huge profit. Qing Baichuan glanced at Wang Ku. In the end, he gritted his teeth and applied the allergy medicine to his face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After the sound of sulfuric acid corrosion, Qing Baichuan looked at his face in the mirror and felt a strong twitch of disgust. Obviously, Qing Baichuan attached great importance to his handsome face. Wang Ku, if it can't be restored, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Qing Baichuan glared at Wang Ku. Don't worry, I, Wang Ku, sell things without cheating anyone. With such a disfigurement, I guarantee that even your own mother won't recognize you. Wang Ku said. Qing Baichuan nodded. Then I will go. With that, Qing Baichuan flew to a city gate in the distance. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped. The routine inspection began. Qing Baichuan was very confident. He took out his travel permit and household registration certificate and was about to explain that his face had an accident. But when several officials of the Ministry of Justice saw Qing Baichuan's face, they suddenly raised their eyebrows and whispered to each other. Some people quickly ran into the city. Wang Ku looked at Qing Baichuan, who was following the procedure. Suddenly, Wang Ku's face changed. Oh no, Chao Xiong seems to know my disguise method. Will he pay more attention to my disfigured face? Wang Ku was puzzled. In the distance, Qing Baichuan was surrounded by a group of soldiers. What are you doing? I have a household registration certificate, I have a travel permit, my face was injured by accident, Qing Baichuan's face changed when he saw more and more soldiers surrounding him. That's right, it's this face. Quick, catch him. His Excellency has ordered that anyone who offers a reward for his capture will definitely disguise himself as a disfigured pimple to fool the authorities. He's the one we're looking for. Ha ha ha, quick, catch him. An official from the Ministry of Justice laughed loudly. Ha! A group of soldiers suddenly rushed over. Boom! Qing Baichuan blasted a group of soldiers away and suddenly flew out. What are you doing? I am disfigured, how can you still recognize me? Qing Baichuan exclaimed. Disfigured? Pretending in front of us? Bah, don't let him run away. Catch him and use magic weapons. The official of the Ministry of Justice roared. Qing Baichuan was suddenly flustered and exasperated. How did you find me? How did you recognize me? F***ck, I have become like this. My mother can't recognize me. How did you find me? Qing Baichuan exclaimed. Catch him. A group of soldiers rushed over. Rumble! Suddenly, Qing Baichuan fought farther and farther away. More and more people chased after him. Qing Baichuan flew backward and was still flying toward Wang Ku. However, when he flew to Wang Ku's place, Wang Ku was already gone. Wang Ku had already hidden under a big tree at the foot of the mountain, watching Qing Baichuan being chased away. Old Qing, you can't blame me. I am just a seller. We have already settled the debt. I won't refund you. Wang Ku suddenly said in his mind. Rumble! Wang Ku could only watch helplessly as Qing Baichuan was chased to the horizon. Alas, it's none of my business. Old Qing, run faster. Wang Ku comforted him. With that, Wang Ku turned his head to look at the benevolent divine capital. F***ck, Chao Xiong sent people to search for him, and even his disfigured face was not spared. How could he sneak into the benevolent divine capital? If he couldn't sneak in, how could he complain to the war god temple? Wang Ku was depressed for a while. At this moment, Wang Ku saw a group of people at the city gate. They were not checked at all and entered the city. Huh? Why aren't those people being searched? This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, the Ministry of Justice should search everyone. These people don't look like high officials or nobles. Why do they have this privilege? Wang Ku looked at the other passage at the city gate in surprise. Wang Ku wore a bamboo hat to cover his face and went closer to check. Is there anyone else? The examination will start tomorrow. Are there any examinees from all over the country? Are there any scholars' books? Hurry up and follow me. Don't you want to take the examination? An official shouted from the high platform at the city gate. I am late. Sir, I am sorry. A man ran over in a panic. The man took out a special document. The official immediately checked it. Yes, this is the scholar's book issued by the Ministry of Personnel. You are so careless. Do you know what time it is now? You only came to the benevolent divine capital now? The other examinees arrived a month in advance. The official from the Ministry of Personnel scolded. Yes, I was delayed on the way. I fell ill on the way and couldn't hurry up. That's why I am here now. The man cried. Okay, stop crying. Hurry up and follow the people from the Ministry of Personnel. Hurry up. The official from the Ministry of Personnel shouted. Yes, thank you, sir. The man bowed again and again excitedly. The man quickly entered the city gate under the guidance of the official from the Ministry of Personnel. The official from the Ministry of Justice at the city gate wanted to check, but he was glared at by the official from the Ministry of Personnel. What are you doing? This person has a scholar's book. I have checked just now. His blood and qi are the same. You still want to check if he is a fugitive? Are you crazy? What is your name? Which branch of the Ministry of Justice are you from? Do you want the Ministry of Personnel to give you a bad grade for your annual examination? The official from the Ministry of Personnel glared. The official from the Ministry of Justice's expression changed. He immediately smiled and said, No, I don't want to check. Please go ahead. Humph. The official from the Ministry of Personnel snorted and led the examinees into the city. And all of this was seen by Wang Ku. There is such a thing? Scholar's book? I think I have one too. Old Dog Murong asked Zhang Jingdao to bring it to me. Is he going to take the scholar's book from me? Can this thing enter the city directly? Did I bring it? Wang Ku immediately searched for it. After searching for a while, Wang Ku suddenly found the scholar's book. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Great, there is always a way out. Ha! As he spoke, Wang Ku took the scholar's book and walked towards the official from the Ministry of Personnel who was shouting. P.S. Second update. Chapter 585. At the city gates of Benevolent God Capital, Wang Ku wore a bamboo hat and looked at an official from the Ministry of Personnel. That official grabbed the scholar's book that Wang Ku handed over and inspected it. His expression turned complicated. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my scholar's book? Wang Ku's expression changed. This old dog Murong wants to use the scholar's book that no one in the War God Temple wants to take advantage of me. Is he going to use a fake scholar's book? No, it's real. However, this scholar's book does not seem to have recognized an owner yet. Is it still new? There is a small seal here. Did you drip your blood in it? The official from the Ministry of Personnel asked in confusion. I still need to drip my blood? It's just a book. I need to drip my blood to recognize an owner? So high-tech? Give it to me. I'll drip it. Wang Ku said in surprise. As Wang Ku spoke, he forced a drop of blood into the small seal of the scholar's book. Buzz. The scholar's book trembled slightly and gave off a red light. Is it done? Wang Ku handed over the scholar's book again. That official from the Ministry of Personnel stared at Wang Ku for a while. At this moment, another official from the Ministry of Personnel walked over. What's going on? Is this person's scholar's book fake? That official from the Ministry of Personnel asked sullenly. The scholar's book is real. However, I saw that the reviewing officials on the scholar's book are not officials from various places. The words War God are written on it. Which city does the War God belong to? The previous official from the Ministry of Personnel asked with a frown. War God? War God? Are you out of your mind? A scholar recommended by the War God Temple. Damn it! Didn't that group of boorish men not recommend anyone for many years? Why are they recommending someone again? That official exclaimed in a low voice. Ah? The War God Temple? The previous official said in shock. Quick, quick, quick. Escort this scholar there. The War God Temple is a group of unreasonable bandits. Damn it. Don't offend them. Give him a single room. Remember, tell the other officials not to ask around. Personally escort him there. That official said in a low voice and immediately glared. Ah? No more interrogation? The previous official said in shock. Are you crazy? You want to interrogate someone from the War God Temple? They're just here to have some fun. They're not going to win anyway. They're just here to experience life. If you're still making excuses, aren't you just giving them an excuse to make things difficult for us? This time, Prime Minister Shiman was in charge of the Anka. If the War God Temple messed things up again, wouldn't that be slapping the Prime Minister's face? At that time, we will be in big trouble. The official glared. Oh, okay. The previous official could only respond. This examinee, take your scholar's book. It will be useful during the imperial examination. Please come with me. The official from before immediately invited him. Wang Ku took his admission ticket and followed the official into a carriage with a puzzled expression. When he entered the city, not only was there no inspection, there was even a carriage to pick him up. Wang Ku wanted to get off the carriage after entering the city. However, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel were very sensitive toward the War God Temple. The War God Temple had not recommended anyone to cause trouble in the examination for many years. Now that one had suddenly appeared, they were treating Wang Ku with great importance. As soon as they entered the city, they called for the guards to escort Wang Ku. Wang Ku's carriage sped through the city. The guards were clearing the path for him. Wang Ku did not even have a chance to get off the carriage. Through the window, Wang Ku saw that they seemed to have entered the inner city of the city and arrived at a place that seemed to be dormitory buildings. It was as if countless examinees had rushed over from various places and were arranged to squeeze into rows of dormitory buildings. On the other hand, Wang Ku was brought to an elegant courtyard. It was a single room. "Examinee, you should rest here. Breakfast will be sent to you tomorrow. Rest well for the examination at the Confucian Temple," said the official who escorted Wang Ku here. Sure," Wang Ku said with a confused expression. The book of scholars recommended by the War God Temple had such preferential treatment? He could stay in a 5-star hotel for free before the examination, and it even came with breakfast? "All of you, stay here and watch. Tonight, no one is allowed to wander around," the official ordered the guards who had followed him. "Sir, is there a need to be so exaggerated? What do you mean by that?" "I remember reading a dossier. Back then, General Old Dog Murong came for the examination. He drank with the other examinees and burned down a row of rooms. Nothing must go wrong this time," the official said with a glare. "Ah, yes, yes." A group of guards was guarding the courtyard where Wang Ku was staying. Wang Ku watched the official leave. He had a strange expression on his face. Old Dog Murong? He took part in the examination too? He even burned down the examinees' dormitory? It's indeed his style. Shan Shindu, the Prime Minister's residence. Yasushi Simon stood in his own attic and looked at the lights in Prime Minister Shimon's study room. His eyes flashed with anxiety. Why is father and Jie Bingjia talking for so long? Why aren't they coming out yet? Yasushi Simon said with some annoyance. "Young master, the Prime Minister is the main examiner for this examination. He is naturally busy," said a servant with a smile. "I know. The top scorer for this examination will be Princess Serene Moon's teacher. How can this position be given to someone else?" Yasushi Simon said in a deep voice. "Young master, you have been studying diligently during this period of time. If young master participates in the examination, you will definitely be able to pass." That servant flattered. "What do you know? Do you think the examination is simple? Do you think I will definitely pass? Father, why don't you tell me the examination questions? If I don't pass, I will be Princess Serene Moon's teacher," Yasushi Simon said gloomily. "Young master, you want to ask the Prime Minister for the examination questions?" the servant asked curiously. "I want to, but will my father give it to me? My father isn't willing to help me," Yasushi Simon said gloomily. "The examination is a major matter of the country. The Prime Minister naturally wouldn't dare to play favoritism." That servant said. "Do I need you to say that?" Yasushi Simon glared at him. "The Prime Minister is currently meeting with the Minister of War. Could it be that he is discussing the examination questions with the Minister of War?" the servant asked curiously. Yasushi Simon narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. However, it was clear that Yasushi Simon also thought the same. If he couldn't get the examination questions from his father, perhaps the Minister of War could. Just like that, he anxiously waited for a period of time. Creak! The door of the study room suddenly opened. "Prime Minister, I will take my leave." A man's voice sounded from the study room. Prime Minister Shimon replied softly. A man in black luxurious clothes walked out of the study room and closed the door behind him. The man's face was resolute, and he had a small mustache. His eyes were bright and spirited. One look and one could tell that he was a capable person. The man walked out of the study room and walked out. He walked out of the inner courtyard and was about to leave. However, he saw Yasushi Simon immediately walk up to him. "Brother Jie." Yasushi Simon immediately smiled. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks. When he saw Yasushi Simon, he smiled slightly. "So it's young master. Why are you here?" "I'm waiting for Brother Jie here," Yasushi Simon immediately said politely. Jie Bingjia asked curiously. "Brother Jie, I remember that you used to take me out to hunt and kill demons. You are Yasushi Simon's best brother." Yasushi Simon immediately started chatting. Jie Bingjia looked at Yasushi Simon and smiled slightly as if he had seen through Yasushi Simon's thoughts. Young master, I know what you are thinking. However, the imperial examination is important. It concerns the country of the Daesan dynasty. I don't dare to leak the questions to you. Jiebingjia shook his head and smiled. Brother Jie? Yasushi Simon's face suddenly fell and he said gloomily. Yasushi Simon, the Prime Minister is the chief examiner this time. You can't let the Prime Minister take the blame for leaking the questions. Young Master Shimon, you have been good at studying since you were young. Of course, your cultivation is even better. You are proficient in both literature and martial arts. I believe that you will definitely pass. Jiebingjia said with a smile. Yasushi Simon's face fell. I am a little. Jiebingjia walked closer and patted Yasushi Simon's shoulder. You have to believe in yourself. Yasushi Simon's face was gloomy. I don't believe in myself. I have some confidence in cultivation. But the imperial examination? I have wasted so many years. It is so difficult for me. Jiebingjia patted Yasushi Simon's shoulder and whispered into Yasushi Simon's ear, Don't worry, I will help you. When the time comes, watch me. Yasushi Simon was stunned and stared at Jiebingjia. Ha ha ha, young Master Shimon, you must take the exam seriously. Don't ruin the Prime Minister's reputation. Jiebingjia laughed loudly again. Yasushi Simon looked at Jiebingjia in a daze. What is going on? Did I hear wrongly just now? Did Jiebingjia whisper that he would help me? Did I hear wrongly? Why is Jiebingjia asking me to take the exam myself now? Just as Yasushi Simon was puzzled, Jiebingjia blinked his eyes. Yasushi Simon instantly understood. How could he say such things out loud? If the country wanted to cheat, once exposed, it would be no small matter. Not to mention Jiebingjia, the Minister of War, could not bear the consequences. Even his father, the Prime Minister, could not bear the consequences. So, if he wanted to cheat, he could only do it secretly and not let others know? Only heaven and earth, you and I know? Ah, good. Thank you, Brother Jie, for your encouragement. I will do my best in the imperial examination tomorrow and not let my father and Brother Jie down. Yasushi Simon said excitedly. Good. Then I will take my leave too. Jiebingjia smiled and left. Yasushi Simon also sent Jiebingjia off. Although he did not get the exam questions, Yasushi Simon received Jiebingjia's promise. That was enough, that was enough. Jiebingjia was not the main examiner, but he was the secondary examiner. He was responsible for reviewing the questions and marking. If Jiebingjia helped him, wouldn't this imperial examination be in the bag? Young master, Lord Jie has already left. A manservant immediately came forward and said, I know, I will send Brother Jie off. Haha, alright, I will go back and study. Tomorrow is the big exam. I will study hard tonight and must get a good result tomorrow. Yasushi Simon clenched his fist and said. After receiving Jiebingjia's promise, Yasushi Simon was so excited that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Since he could not sleep, then he would perform well and let his father know how hard he studied and how hard he worked. The matter of him cheating must not be known to anyone. Tonight, not only Yasushi Simon was tossing and turning in bed. All the examinees who came to participate in the imperial examination were tossing and turning in bed. They did not know what the exam questions would be tomorrow. The only one who was sleeping soundly was Wang Ku. Wang Ku could not go out, so he might as well have a good sleep. Besides, Wang Ku did not plan to get a good result. Why was he worried about the imperial examination? I am not sick. Could it be that I really want to be the top scorer? Sleep, sleep. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 586. At the War God Hall, Shan Shindu. Zhang Jingdao went to the old dog Murong anxiously. General Murong, what should we do now? Zhang Jingdao asked anxiously. What do you mean? The Enka will be held at the Confucian Temple. It's a rare event in Shan Shindu. Should we go and take a look? Old dog Murong said with a smile. You still have time to see the Enka? I just went to the city gate to take a look. The people from the Ministry of Justice are arresting the fugitives. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. What's wrong with arresting the fugitives? Old Dog Murong frowned. I asked to see Wang Yuli. He said he was separated from Wang Ku outside the city. I also heard that there was a person with a face full of pimples. I don't know who he was, but the Ministry of Justice didn't care who he was. They immediately went to arrest him. Although they didn't catch him, but… Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. But what? The Ministry of Justice doesn't care who he is. They just arrest the people with pimples on their faces. The pimples on their faces are Wang Ku's special disguise. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. What do you mean? Old Dog Murong's face darkened. I think the Ministry of Justice is not arresting the fugitives. Their real purpose is to arrest Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao said. What? Old Dog Murong's face darkened. If Wang Ku comes to Shanshandu, I'm afraid he won't even be able to enter the city gate. Right now, there are officials from the Ministry of Justice everywhere who are trying to assassinate Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao frowned. How can that be? Damn it, if Wang Ku is killed outside the city, how am I going to explain it to Chen Tianyuan? Old Dog Murong's face darkened. That's right, what do you think we should do? Zhang Jingdao said worriedly. What can we do? Come, let's go find Chao Xiong. Motherf *Ker, he actually dares to touch our war god temple's people. What is he trying to do? Old Dog Murong glared. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Directly knock on Chao Xiong's door? Yes, follow me. Old Dog Murong said in a deep voice. Zhang Jingdao immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. My father is still in the Ministry of Justice's prison. I'm not going. You're not going? Are you using me as a tool? Old Dog Murong glared. Zhang Jingdao's face darkened. In any case, I won't go directly to Chao Xiong. At worst, I'll help you fan the flames in War God Temple and encourage some other generals to go with you to the Ministry of Justice. Old Dog Murong looked at Zhang Jingdao strangely. That's fine. You can go and fan the flames, but if anything goes wrong, you'll have to take responsibility. Zhang Jingdao. The second day. At the benevolent god's capital, Wang Ke had a good night's sleep. He ate some delicious snacks and followed the people from the Ministry of Justice to the examination hall. It could not be helped. Perhaps the officials of the Ministry of Personnel were intimidated by the misdeeds of the War God Temple. They had sent another batch of guards in the middle of the night, as they were afraid that Wang Ku, who had been recommended by the War God Temple, would cause trouble. Wang Ku woke up early in the morning and realized that the number of guards had increased significantly. What else could he say? He could only go with the flow and not provoke the crowd. They soon arrived at the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple was a huge palace. A 7-colored mist was floating above the palace, making it look extremely eye-catching. What's the 7-colored mist? Wang Ku frowned. It's the qi of literature coming from the Confucian Temple. It's the qi of spring and autumn brush, an artifact left behind by an immortal. An official of the Ministry of Personnel explained. The official of the Ministry of Personnel wore a strange expression as he explained. What kind of people did the War God Temple send every time? They didn't even know about the qi of literature? Why are they here for the examination? Qi of literature? Wang Ku was startled. Wang Ku recalled that when Wang Ku was writing the Ode to Xianghua, the 7-colored qi of literature was produced too. However, Wang Ku did not pay much attention to it. Why are there so many of them here? Who's worshipping in the Confucian Temple? Wang Ku asked curiously. The official of the Ministry of Personnel stared at Wang Ku in astonishment. Are you sure you don't know anything about it? Even the illiterate people of the Daisan dynasty knew about it, yet you don't know anything about it? The Confucian Temple worships the literati star. It's an important place for scholars in the Daisan dynasty. The official explained with a strange expression. Literati star? An immortal? Wang Ku asked with a strange expression. Yes, please take your seat. Your seat number happens to be 9000. The official of the Ministry of Personnel did not want to waste any more time with Wang Ku. What kind of people did the Combat God Temple send here? They don't even know about the Confucian Temple, and they're here for the Imperial examination? If you pass the examination, you'll be slapping the face of the civil officials. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you. Wang Ku looked around the Confucian Temple. There was a huge plaza in front of the Confucian Temple. It was as big as the soccer field on Wang Ku's Earth, if not bigger. There were even temporary viewing platforms around the plaza. The platforms were filled with guards and officials. The plaza in front of the Confucian Temple was filled with tables and chairs. Many people had already taken their seat. Wang Ku glanced around. There were almost 10,000 candidates. Wang Ku was led to his seat by the official of the Ministry of Personnel. Wang Ku's arrival attracted the attention and curiosity of the surrounding examinees. After all, everyone was here to take their seat. No one had been escorted here by an official from the Ministry of Personnel. Whose young master is he? The official of the Ministry of Personnel is escorting him personally. How grand! Will the official of the Ministry of Personnel help him cheat? He won't peek at my paper, will he? The crowd whispered among themselves. The official of the Ministry of Personnel had an awful expression on his face. Help him cheat? Do you think I'm tired of living? Damn it, he's a big shot from the Temple of War. I'm just trying to protect you because I'm afraid he'll cause trouble. You idiots! Wang Ku sat down in his seat amidst the whispers. Number 9000. Wang Ku sat down, and the official of the Ministry of Personnel left. Wang Ku looked around curiously. There's a sound barrier formation? Is this to prevent people from cheating with their divine perception? Also, there are 10,000 people taking the examination in the open. Is this to prevent people from cheating? There are so many invigilators around. It's impossible to cheat. Wang Ku looked around in surprise. Wang Ku waited for an hour before everyone arrived. The originally whispering environment suddenly quieted down. Wang Ku followed everyone's gaze and saw a group of officials walking toward the Confucian Temple. The leader was an old man in an official's robe. He had an extraordinary bearing, and a group of officials followed behind him respectfully. All the examinees looked at the group of officials with envy. In fact, when they saw the arrival of this group of officials, many examinees stood up to welcome them respectfully. Wang Ku did not plan to take the examination seriously, so he ignored them. He sat on the stool with his legs crossed and sipped his tea. He looked at the invigilators in front of the Confucian Temple as if he was watching a show. The official of the Ministry of Personnel who escorted Wang Ku here had been staring at Wang Ku. Sir, you're right. The person recommended by the Temple of War is Wang Ku. He's not here to take the examination seriously. He's here to cause trouble when he sees the Prime Minister. The official of the Ministry of Personnel said worriedly. Another official of the Ministry of Personnel said with a dark expression, "The examination this time is very important. You have to keep an eye on him. The people from the Temple of War are a bunch of reckless people. If this kid goes crazy, take action immediately and drag him out of the examination hall. But, no buts, send more people to keep an eye on Wang Ku. We can't let him ruin the examination." Yes. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel summoned a group of powerful guards and stared at Wang Ku, who was sitting with his legs crossed. Please don't let anything happen to him. Examinees, I'm honored to be the chief examiner of this examination. I'm Simon Shunsui. The most senior official in front of the Confucian Temple said in a deep voice. Greetings, Prime Minister Shiman. Countless examinees answered and bowed. Wang Ku crossed his legs and looked at Prime Minister Shiman in the distance. His eyes were filled with doubt. This little old man is Shiman Jing's father? It looks quite stylish. Countless examinees looked at the platform, and the officials on the platform also looked at the examinees. Wang Ku did not stand out among the 10,000 examinees. However, when everyone was bowing respectfully to the Prime Minister, there was a person sitting with his legs crossed and drinking tea. He was looking at the officials as if he was watching a show. How could the officials on the platform not notice him? Suddenly, all the officials glared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku was stunned. "What are you doing? I didn't say that I can't drink tea. Why are you all staring at me?" The officials behind Wang Ku changed their expressions. This old man from the War God Temple was here to cause trouble. How could he infuriate all the officials? Simon Shunsui also saw Wang Ku from afar. However, Simon Shunsui didn't care. After all, he was the Prime Minister, and he didn't express his emotions. "I'm the chief examiner for this examination. I'll now announce the topic of the examination. All examinees, listen up. The topic of the examination is the Daesan dynasty's grace and prestige throughout the world. All examinees, read it once," Simon Shunsui shouted. "The Daesan dynasty's grace and prestige throughout the world." All the examinees shouted in unison. At the same time, Simon Shunsui waved his hand. An official beside him hung a banner with the words "The Daesan dynasty's grace and prestige throughout the world" on it. All the examinees started to ponder after the topic was announced. "Examinees, please answer the question. You'll have time to write before sunset," Simon Shunsui said. "Yes," all the examinees replied. All the examinees sat down and started to ponder over the question. The question was simple. It only had 8 words. However, it was difficult because it was simple. How were they supposed to write the question? All the examiners sat down with Simon Shunsui and waited. His subordinates served him tea. The spacious square of the Confucian Temple fell silent. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone was waiting for the examinees to answer the question until someone suddenly raised his hand. An examinee raised his hand? All the officials looked over in confusion. Meanwhile, the face of the official in charge of Wang Ku changed. Was the War God Temple about to start a regular riot? Why did Wang Ku raise his hand then? An official from the Ministry of Personnel quickly went up to Qin Yi. What are you doing?" the official asked nervously. The other officials frowned and looked at Qin Yi. "I'm out of tea. Give me more." Wang Ku pointed at the empty teacup. The official from the Ministry of Personnel. The curious officials a distance away. "Are you here for the examination or to drink tea? You want more tea at a time like this? Do you want me to prepare a feast for you? What kind of service is this? Can't you give me more tea?" Wang Ku glared at the official. The official from the Ministry of Personnel. Author's note. Today's big explosion, 4 updates today. First update. Chapter 587. Outside the Confucian Temple, Old Dog Murong led a group of people from the War God Temple over aggressively. "Where's Chao Xiong? Did you see him?" Old Dog Murong glared at them. "No, that bastard ran away." "Did he complain to the War God Temple?" "Old Dog Murong, I told you not to do it, but you insisted on extorting money from him. Now you're screwed, aren't you? If this reaches the War God Temple, we will be punished." A rough general from the War God Temple glared at him. "That Chao Xiong is not honest. He kidnapped the people of the War God Temple. He kidnapped Wang Ku. Didn't I tell you? I'm protecting the reputation of the War God Temple. You didn't say so much when I called you over. Why are you yelling at me now?" Old Dog Murong glared at them. "What did you tell us? You said there would be some extra money. Who wants to come?" "Of course we came. Who knew that you would kidnap Chao Xiong? We only found out after we boarded your pirate ship." The rough general glared. "Didn't I tell you it was Chao Xiong?" Old Dog Murong glared. "Tell my ass. When did you tell us?" "Old Dog Murong, you're really a dog. You didn't dare to kidnap Chao Xiong alone, so you dragged us along. Do you think the law won't punish the majority?" The rough general glared. That's right, old dog Murong. You'll take the blame for this. We didn't kidnap Chao Xiong, and he even ran away. This matter is going to blow up. If this matter reaches the War God Temple, we will all be in trouble. The generals immediately scolded Old Dog Murong. Old Dog Murong had an ugly expression. Didn't I bring you guys to earn some money? Chao Xiong is the Minister of Justice. He's in charge of the prison and interrogates criminals every day. Who knows how much money he made? How much money did he make? Weren't you guys excited before? Why are you blaming me for doing this to you? Damn, who knew that Chao Xiong would run away? The generals glared. If there was money to be made, everyone would naturally come. But who would be willing to take the blame if things got out of hand? They were all veterans and wily old foxes, who wouldn't be able to see through such a small matter. General Murong, I saw Chao Xiong going to the Confucian Temple with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Jingdao suddenly appeared in the crowd. Confucian Temple? Isn't there an examination in the Confucian Temple today? What is Chao Xiong doing there? The rough general frowned. This is bad. Prime Minister Shimin is the chief examiner of the Confucian Temple. Chao Xiong must have complained to him. Old Dog Murong's expression changed. Complain? The expressions of the generals changed. Initially, everyone had kicked up a fuss and followed the Old Dog Murong's plan to secretly kidnap Chao Xiong in order to earn some money. But now, not only did they not earn any money, they even had to take the blame? What should he do? Old Dog Murong, this has nothing to do with us. You have to take the blame yourself. The group of battle generals glared and said. Old Dog Murong's face darkened. You bunch of disloyal bastards. What a waste that I brought you along to earn money. It's not about taking the blame. The problem is that Chao Xiong purposely went to the Confucian Temple with his injuries. He's obviously trying to frame you. If you don't work together and let Chao Xiong criticize you, then, Zhang Jingdao said. Everyone's expression changed. That's right. Isn't this what we usually do? Exaggerating and slandering others while he's injured? That damn Chao Xiong. Why can't he settle this privately? That's right. Can't he wait until his injuries are healed? Why is he in such a hurry to report to the Confucian Temple? Prime Minister, don't you want to invigilate the examination? If he complains now, there will be close to 10,000 examinees watching. Won't he make a big fuss? It'll damage the reputation of the country. We can't let him slander us. That's right. When the veterans realized that the matter was about to get out of hand, they immediately united against a common enemy and started to discuss how to renege on the debt. Come, let's go. Remember, we didn't kidnap Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong's injuries have nothing to do with us. We're here to watch the examination. Old Dog Murong glared at them. We know. It's not the first time. We're innocent. We've never seen Chao Xiong before, so we're not familiar with him. Let's go. Don't let Chao Xiong frame us. The rough general shouted. A bunch of veterans immediately swarmed into the Confucian Temple. The examination hall of the Confucian Temple. Naturally, no one was allowed to get close to the examination hall. However, the high platforms built around the hall allowed the officials to observe the examinees from afar. They even allowed the invigilators to observe the examinees from above. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Chao Xiong ran into the examination hall, swearing and swearing. It's over. Damn it, we didn't catch Wang Ku, and now we're in trouble. Damned Old Dog Murong, it's none of your business whether Wang Ku is dead or alive. I already told you that we didn't find Wang Ku, but you didn't let me off. You bunch of reckless men. Chao Xiong said anxiously. Last night there was a report that an examinee was knocked unconscious outside the city. His books were stolen, and the culprit even left a note saying that he was being hunted by the Ministry of Justice. Damn it, this matter even reached the Prime Minister's ears. The Prime Minister asked me to investigate this matter thoroughly, and he asked me to report this morning. In the end, I met old dog Murong. You bunch of lunatics beat me up the entire night, and I didn't have time to investigate this matter. Today, I'm even late. The Prime Minister is going to blame me for this. What should I do? Chao Xiong said angrily. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Chao Xiong ran into the examination hall. As he was the Minister of Justice, the examination hall guards didn't stop him. Looking at the 10,000 examinees who were deep in thought, Chao Xiong was so anxious that he didn't know how to explain this matter to the Prime Minister. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised his hand. Chao Xiong was stunned. This was the first time in history that someone had called for an invigilator when the examination had just started. Who would treat the imperial examination as a game? Weren't they afraid of leaving a bad impression on the invigilator? Chao Xiong looked over and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ku? Why is he here? Chao Xiong exclaimed. How many officials of the Ministry of Justice had he sent, and how many connections had he used to conduct a carpet search outside the good god's capital? Last night, because of Wang Ku's matter, he had been beaten up by old dog Murong and a group of veteran ruffians for the entire night. It was all because of Wang Ku. This Wang Ku, why would he appear here? Why would he appear in the examination hall? Are my eyes blind? How did he sneak in? It was already strange enough that Wang Ku sneaked in. Why did you suddenly raise your hand? There's no more tea, give me some more. Wang Ku called out to an official from the Ministry of Appointments. For a moment, the examination hall fell silent. All the invigilators looked over. Similarly, countless examinees nearby also turned their heads to look. Which examinee was so arrogant? Asking an invigilator to pour tea for him? What did he think this place was? What kind of service is this? Can't you even refill my tea? Wang Ku glared at them and asked. The invigilator. The surrounding examinees. Chao Xiong. You're here for the examination, and you want this kind of service? What the hell? Who gave you this temper? Do you still want to stay in the Great Benevolence Empire? At this moment, the chief invigilator, the Prime Minister, also looked over with a frown. A group of officials looked at the Prime Minister, Simon Shunsui, not knowing how to deal with this. They had never seen any examinees in the past who were not trembling in fear. This was the first time they saw someone ask for tea. Do you really think we're waiters in a restaurant who serve you tea? I can only have inspiration when I drink tea. Without tea, I won't have inspiration? Then why am I taking the examination? Forget it, I'm not taking the examination. Wang Ku stood up. Whoosh. Countless eyes looked at Wang Ku again. The examinees were stunned. Where the hell did this immortal come from? Just because the invigilator did not serve you tea, you're not taking the examination? Are you here to cause trouble? The examinees were stunned. The invigilators were also stunned. They had never encountered such a situation. What are you doing? If you don't serve me tea, I won't be in the mood to answer questions. I can't take the examination at all. This is the Daisen Dynasty's talent selection ceremony, not a bandit's lair. Are you telling me that I can't leave? Wang Ku glared at the official who stopped him. Wang Ku did not intend to take the examination. He just wanted to sneak into the city. It was not that Wang Ku did not want to stay, but the problem was that he had to sit here for the whole day under the scorching sun. I'm not going to take the examination. Why should I sit here for the whole day? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if the invigilator asked? Rather than being ridiculed by you, I'd rather leave by myself. However, he was stopped when he wanted to leave the examination hall. The officials were depressed. At the same time, they kept cursing Wang Ku in their hearts. Is this kid tired of living? Where does he think this is? Can't he see that the Prime Minister is here? If you leave now, wouldn't you become the biggest joke in the Anka dynasty? How would things end then? Prime Minister, this examinee is disrupting the order of the examination hall. He should be arrested and interrogated. An official suddenly spoke. From afar, Wang Ku spoke again. Why are you stopping me? Why did a few more guards come and surround me for? Creating such a big commotion, how do you want the other examinees to take the examination? Can you not disturb the other examinees? You want me to leave quietly? Can you maintain the order of the examination hall? Be gentler, I can leave quietly. Wang Ku's words caused the faces of the examiners to turn black. So, we are the ones disrupting the order of the examination hall. Prime Minister? The examiners glanced at Simon Shunsui with depressed looks. Simon Shunsui stared at Wang Ku for a while. He seemed to have recognized who Wang Ku was, but he wasn't sure. Clearly, he had seen Wang Ku's portrait before but had never seen the real person before. He couldn't be sure that the person before him was Wang Ku. However, there was a stalemate. The examinees and the invigilators didn't know what to do. Simon Shunsui drew in a deep breath. Give him tea. Let him answer with peace of mind. Ah! The invigilators were astonished. Simon Shunsui didn't say anything else. The examiners were puzzled but didn't dare to ask too much. They could only do as Simon Shunsui said. Very soon, a new cup of tea was delivered to Wang Ku's desk. The tea is here, please continue to answer with peace of mind. The official who delivered the tea spoke. The examinees in the surroundings stared at Wang Ku. What was the background of this person? He was just taking an examination, yet the invigilators were pouring tea for him? Why? The officials from the Ministry of Appointments had looks of surprise on their faces. Why? Fellow examiners, why are you all spoiling him? Wang Ku's expression stiffened. What's going on? You all really gave me a cup of tea? I was just joking. I was just looking for an excuse to leave. Now that you've given me a cup of tea, what do you want me to do? I want to leave the examination hall. I have no excuse now. Am I supposed to continue to ask for peanuts and sunflower seeds? P.S. Second update. Chapter 588. At the plaza of the Confucian Temple, the arrogant examinee was complaining about the service of the examination hall and wanted to stop the examination. The invigilator was serving tea to appease the arrogant examinee. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked over. If not for the solemn atmosphere, everyone would have scolded the examinee. They had never seen such an arrogant examinee before. Where did he think he was? Why didn't he pour a cup for us? Wang Ku, how dare you impersonate an examinee to sneak into the examination hall and disrupt the Great Kindness Academy's selection ceremony? Men, take him down. A shout came from the stage not far away. Wang Ku's expression changed. Are you trying to bait me? I only asked for a cup of tea. You gave me a cup of tea, and now you want to arrest me? Everyone turned to look at the source of the commotion. Who is causing such a ruckus in the examination hall? Chao Xiong. Wang Ku widened his eyes in shock. At this moment, Chao Xiong had 2 dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a panda as he stared at Wang Ku angrily. Chao Xiong's face was filled with excitement. It was as though he had caught Wang Ku's weakness. Lord Chao, the Prime Minister wants you to go over. An official stepped forward and said. Chao Xiong nodded. At the same time, he shouted, Restrain Wang Ku. Don't let him escape. The group of guards and officials who had just left immediately surrounded Wang Ku again. Chao Xiong walked up to Prime Minister Shiman with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Even though Simon Shunsui didn't lose his temper, everyone could see the discomfort in Prime Minister Shiman's eyes. He was looking at Chao Xiong coldly. Lord Chao, don't you know what day it is today? Don't you know where you are? Why are you making such a ruckus and disturbing the examinees? Also, as an official of the royal court, you are disheveled and unkempt. Have you forgotten your identity? Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Prime Minister, please calm down. Yesterday, I was investigating the matter that Prime Minister had instructed me to do. In the end, I was obstructed by the War God Temple. However, I have already investigated thoroughly. I have already determined who knocked out the unconscious examinee outside the city and snatched his scholar's book. They came here to impersonate an examinee and sneaked into the examination venue. The surrounding examiners also looked at Chao Xiong in shock. Someone pretended to be an examinee and sneaked into the examination hall? What do you want? Are there really people who aren't afraid of death, knocking out examinees and pretending to be examinees? Who is it? How dare you come to the examination hall to cause trouble? The group of invigilators exclaimed. Some of the examinees nearby also widened their eyes. There was actually someone pretending to be an examinee to take the exam? Simon Shunsway narrowed his eyes. I have already confirmed that the thief who pretended to be an examinee is Wang Ku. It's him. He stole someone else's book and sneaked into this place. He wants to disturb the order of the examination. He has never participated in the village examinations or the city examinations of the various big cities. He is an impostor. Prime Minister, please arrest this thief and bring him to justice. The Ministry of Justice will definitely interrogate him and find out his sinister intentions. Chao Xiong immediately shouted as he pointed at Wang Ku in the distance. What? Everyone turned to look at Wang Ku in the distance. It was him who arrogantly asked for a cup of tea just now. He was actually a thief who pretended to be an examinee? Everyone looked at Wang Ku. Wang Ku was also stunned. You can slander me for other things, but you slander me for fake identity? Aren't you crazy? Wang Ku. Simon Shunsway looked at Wang Ku in confusion. He finally confirmed this person's identity. Lord Chao, why are you slandering me? When did I steal someone else's examination ticket? Bah, it's the scholar's book. My scholar's book is mine. Didn't I just ask for a cup of tea? Are you trying to misrepresent a deer as a horse? Wang Ku glared and roared. I said I wanted to leave. You gave me good tea and didn't let me leave. Now you want Chao Xiong to slander me. How can I tolerate this? Wang Ku, don't try to quibble. This is your first time in the Daisan dynasty. You have never gone through the layers of examinations of the various big cities. How can you have the scholar's book? Who gave you the scholar's book? Chao Xiong snapped. Wang Ku's scholar's book was given to him by the War God Hall. A loud shout suddenly came from the entrance of the Confucian temple. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Murong Mut, Zhang Jingdao, and a bunch of old ruffians of the Hall of Battle God walking toward the stage surrounding the square. Old dog Murong? Chao Xiong's face changed. He was worried that Wang Ku would return to the War God Hall. His goal had been to kill Wang Ku before Wang Ku came into contact with the War God Hall. Why did they still come into contact with the War God Hall? Did my ambush fail? Chao Xiong's face darkened. Old dog Murong, Zhang Jingdao, and the others widened their eyes in shock. They had rushed into the Confucian temple to prevent Chao Xiong from framing them. However, they did not expect to see Wang Ku arguing with Chao Xiong as soon as they arrived. Wang Ku? Why is he in the examination hall? Didn't you say he was running for his life outside? Is this how he looks like? Old dog Murong was dumbfounded. How would I know? I don't know either. Zhang Jingdao said gloomily. Although he did not know what was going on, he immediately stood up for Wang Ku when he saw Chao Xiong trying to frame Wang Ku. Wang Ku's scholar's book was given to him by the War God Hall. Old dog Murong shouted. Everyone immediately looked over. Wang Ku also looked at old dog Murong and Zhang Jingdao. His eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Murong, it's not easy to find you, Wang Ku said in surprise. Brat, how did you get here? Murong old dog asked in astonishment. Sigh, it's a long story. Let's go and find a restaurant. It's my treat. Let's sit down and talk while we eat. Wang Ku said with a smile. That's great. The group of veterans said happily. After saying that, Wang Ku was about to leave with old dog Murong and the others. Are they going to leave just like that? Stop right there. Chao Xiong shouted. What do you want? Wang Ku stared at Chao Xiong. At this moment, even Simon Xuansui's face was gloomy. However, Simon Shunsui did not say anything. Don't you know where you are? This is the Confucian Temple, the examination hall. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Wang Ku stole the scholar's book and pretended to be an examinee. He must be up to something. Today, none of you can take him away. Chao Xiong said angrily. Immediately, a group of guards surrounded him. Wang Ku, you! Old Dog Murong looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Who stole the scholar's book? Who stole it? Who pretended to be an examinee? My scholar's book is here. Don't you know how to check it? How can you accuse me without checking it? Is this your way of being an official? Elder Murong, don't worry. This scholar's book is the one you gave me. Chao Xiong is just talking nonsense. Wang Ku reprimanded. Old Dog Murong was stunned. It was instinctive to protect Wang Ku just now. However, Wang Ku said that it was the one who gave him the scholar's book? Why don't I remember? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Old General, have you forgotten? You asked me to bring a scholar's book to Wang Ku. It's the scholar's book that you wanted to take advantage of him. Zhang Jingdao said. I gave it to him. That's right. Old Dog Murong suddenly remembered. Prime Minister, you can't mistreat Wang Ku just because he is an examinee recommended by the War God Temple. The War God Temple also needs to maintain its reputation. Old Dog Murong looked at Simon Shunsui and shouted. Old Dog Murong was a veteran ruffian. Just now, he thought that he was in the wrong and was prepared to pester endlessly. Now that he realized that he was in the right, he stopped arguing with Chao Xiong and went straight to Prime Minister Shiman. Prime Minister, Old Dog Murong and the rest must have done it on purpose. How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Ku never said that he was going to take an exam. He has never even taken one. He doesn't know how to take an exam. He's lying. It's not the first time that the War God Temple has acted shamelessly, Chao Xiong shouted. Although Simon Shunsui believed Chao Xiong's words, he couldn't side with Chao Xiong in front of tens of thousands of eyes. Men, check Wang Ku's scholar's essay. Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, an official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs, who was in charge of distributing the scholar's essay, walked over to Wang Ku and started checking. At this moment, Old Dog Murong and the rest were still a little nervous, but Wang Ku looked calm. Chao Xiong, who was not far away, was full of confidence. He looked at Wang Ku with a cold smile. The official from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs checked and immediately said respectfully, Prime Minister, there's no problem with the scholar's essay. It's one of the War God Temple's quotas. It's Wang Ku himself. After the official finished speaking, he stepped aside. Old Dog Murong and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were even more confident now. What was there to be afraid of? No, it's impossible. You must have checked wrongly. How could Wang Ku have the scholar's essay? During this period of time, the people from the War God Temple didn't have time to give Wang Ku the scholar's essay. You must have checked wrongly. Chao Xiong's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed. Shut up! Simon Shunsui shouted. Chao Xiong's expression stiffened. Prime Minister, something must have gone wrong. Chao Xiong, I asked you just now. Do you know where this is? Do you know what this place is? Don't you know? Is the National Talent Selection Ceremony a place for you to mess around? Simon Shunsui glared and reprimanded. Chao Xiong's face darkened. He lowered his head, but he didn't dare to refute. However, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, why did it become like this? That's right. Old Dog Murong and the rest in the distance raised their eyebrows and exclaimed. Seeing that Chao Xiong didn't dare to speak after being scolded, the group of veteran ruffians was relieved. At this moment, Chao Xiong definitely wouldn't dare to mention that he was kidnapped by everyone last night. After all, there was no evidence. If he continued to speak without proof, he would be in big trouble. All right, the matter has proven my innocence. Everyone, let's go drink. Wang Ku smiled and invited Old Dog Murong and the rest. The group of veteran ruffians was about to nod happily when Simon Shunsui, who was not far away, suddenly turned his head and looked over. Wang Ku, where are you going? Simon Shunsui said coldly. Wang Ku looked at Simon Shunsui in confusion. You wanted tea just now? This official has already granted you permission. Now you want to leave? A talent recommended by the War God Temple has come to participate in the Civil Official Imperial Examination. Victory is definitely in your grasp, and you will definitely shine brightly. How can you leave just like that? Since you are already here, then leave behind your calligraphy. Let this official see what kind of genius the War God Temple has chosen this time. Are you here to shine brightly or just to make a fool of yourself? Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. After saying this, everyone looked at Simon Shunsui. Simon Shunsui had just beaten Chao Xiong, and now he was beating Wang Ku? No, he was using beating Wang Ku as an excuse to beat up the entire War God Temple? Wang Ku was no longer representing himself? Was he representing the entire War God Temple? If Wang Ku lost face, would that mean the War God Temple lost face? Old Dog Murong's expression stiffened as he looked at Prime Minister Shiman. Did you just checkmate us? Of course, this official does not blame you for the War God Temple's stage fright this time. After all, you are only generals and are not literate. However, fleeing before a battle has never been the War God Temple's style. Simon Shunsui blocked Wang Ku's final path of escape. P.S. Third update, there is one more update today. Chapter 589. After Simon Shunsui finished criticizing Chao Xiong, he began to criticize the War God Temple. Old Dog Murong and this group of veteran ruffians were smart and shameless. However, how could they be a match for Simon Shunsui? Shiman Shunsui was cultured and refined, but his flattering words were laced with malice, instantly beating Old Dog Murong and the others into submission. How did he say that? That was the art of language. If he took Wang Ku with him, he would be considered a deserter from the War God Temple. If word of this got out, the War God wouldn't let him off the hook, let alone the reaction of others. However, if they didn't take Wang Ku with them, would they let Wang Ku answer the questions? Answer my ass. When the results were out and Wang Ku's essay was criticized as useless, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Wang Ku only represented him. It was the War God Temple who stood up for Wang Ku. Now that Wang Ku was embarrassed, wouldn't that mean the War God Temple was embarrassed as well? What should they do? Like I said, the Prime Minister is an old fox. We will definitely be in big trouble when we go back this time. A rough veteran ruffian said gloomily in a low voice. Old Dog Murong's face twitched. Even if the War God Temple loses, we will never be deserters. Even if we know that we will die, we will still fight. Wang Ku, continue with the exam. Wang Ku's face darkened. Exam my ass. I was looking for an excuse to leave the exam hall. Even if Chao Xiong slandered me, I'm not afraid. With my mouth, can't I win against him? I didn't want to help, but you suddenly came to support me. Now you are forcing me to take the exam? Damn, do you know how many years I haven't taken the exam? Wang Ku, just write whatever you want. The War God Temple isn't good at writing essays. You won't be embarrassed. However, if you leave, you will be a deserter. Then, the War God Temple will really be embarrassed. Zhang Jingdao advised. Wang Ku. Looking at the encouragement of the group of veterans, Wang Ku's face twitched, and he could only sit down. I have no choice. This time, I still need the War God Temple's help to find Serene Moon. If I really leave now, I won't even have a backer. All right, unrelated personnel are not allowed to make any noise in the examination hall, Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. The group of veterans shrugged their shoulders. Then, they walked to the spectator stand at the side. All of the examinees were puzzled. At this moment, they no longer took Wang Ku seriously. They thought that he was the son of some big shot, but it turned out that he was a boorish fellow from the War God Temple. The examiners returned to their seat. Although Chao Xiong had been beaten up by the Prime Minister, he was secretly pleased. He was happy to see Wang Ku being beaten up in the distance. Originally, he wanted to assassinate Wang Ku. Unfortunately, Wang Ku contacted the War God Temple, so this assassination failed completely. Now that the assassination failed, there was no need to kill Wang Ku. However, the resentment in his heart couldn't be dispelled. This was no longer the third prince's mission. It was now a personal grudge. Seeing Wang Ku being unlucky made Chao Xiong happy. In an instant, the examination hall regained its previous silence. All of the examinees continued to answer the questions. Wang Ku looked at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table in front of him and felt depressed. The Daisen dynasty's grace and prestige? How do I write this in 8-legged prose? I know how to write narratives, discussions, and essays. I learned all of them in school, but I have never learned 8-legged prose. Damn it, do I really have to write it? Wang Ku felt depressed. While Wang Ku was deep in thought, some of the examinees had already written their ideas and started to write. Buzz! Suddenly, a rainbow-colored light emerged from the top of an examinee's head. It was very eye-catching from afar. That is literary aura? Where is that examinee from? He has only written a few sentences and his literary aura is already gushing out? An invigilator said in surprise. Buzz! A rainbow-colored light emerged from the top of another examinee's head. Another one. This examinee has even more literary aura. Good. More and more people started to write. Not long later, there were already dozens of examinees with literary aura above their heads. Look, that person's literary aura has actually condensed into threads? Is this literary aura giving birth to brocade? Brocade essay? Who is he? An official exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked over and saw an examinee wearing a half-metal mask. As he wrote, his literary aura appeared above his head. Iron-masked examinee? Why, can an examinee wear a mask? The examinations these days are really not strict. Old Dog Murong said in jealousy. Brocade essay? Another one. Quickly look. That examinee with a face full of pimples exudes literary aura. Such an essay is rarely seen even in 10 years. You really can't judge a book by its cover. A group of invigilators exclaimed in surprise. On the spectator's stand, Zhang Jingdao stared at the examinee with a face full of pimples. His gaze was filled with puzzlement. Why does his face have the same effect as Wang Ku's disguise? In the examination hall, as the examinees continued to write, the true talents were soon revealed. The gushing literary aura showed that there were many talents in this examination. When Old Dog Murong, Chao Xiong, and the others looked at Wang Ku, they only saw Wang Ku standing there motionlessly. Chao Xiong revealed a complacent expression. As expected, the people from the Battle God Hall were a bunch of boorish fellows. Wang Ku could act like a tyrant in the 100,000 mountains by bragging. In terms of literary talent, Wang Ku was far inferior. Old Dog Murong also felt anxious. Was Wang Ku going to hand in a blank paper? If he handed in a blank paper, wouldn't the reputation of the Battle God Hall be ruined? Wang Ku, why don't you write something? Even if you want to write something blindly, write it for me. Old Dog Murong shouted angrily. Please be quiet. If you continue to disturb the examinees, please leave the examination hall. An invigilator immediately came over and berated Old Dog Murong. Humph! Old Dog Murong let out a depressed snort. However, Old Dog Murong's words still reached Wang Ku's ears. Wang Ku had a depressed look on his face. I want to write, but the problem is that I don't know how to write an 8-legged essay. If I knew that I had to write an 8-legged essay, I would have at least memorized an essay. I haven't even read a single essay before, so how am I supposed to write? Wait, I think I've read one before. Wang Ke suddenly started. Not long ago, didn't the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, help him write an essay to repay his debt of 2.5 million kilograms of spirit stones? I've read one before. But it's an essay to flatter my father-in-law. Can I even write one? Right? F***ck. It's fine if the essay doesn't match the questions, but it's better than not writing anything at all. Wang Ke took a deep breath. Wang Ke closed his eyes and recalled every word of the essay, Ode to Xianghua. Chao Xiong almost laughed out loud when he saw Wang Ke closing his eyes. Are you giving up on yourself and going to sleep? Old Dog Murong and the others also had a look of despair on their faces. The veterans' faces twitched, and they were about to leave the examination hall. It was too embarrassing to stay here. At that moment, Wang Ke suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and full of vigor. He picked up the brush beside him and started writing. When the Saint Emperor appears, it's always night. When he speaks, it's daytime. As soon as Wang Ke wrote his first stroke, Wang Ke felt the brush tremble. It was as if something had locked onto the paper in front of him. It was as if a formless energy was surging from the Confucian temple not far away and rushing toward his flattering essay. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of rainbow-colored light shot out from the brush and rushed toward the top of Wang Ke's head. The rainbow-colored light illuminated the sky above Wang Ke. In that instant, the dazzling light caused all the examiners in the examination hall to change their expressions. Who is it? Whose literary aura is it? Why is it so dazzling? Another examiner exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked over and immediately saw the examinee clearly. It's Wang Ke? Is it Wang Ke, who was recommended by the War God Temple? How is that possible? He's only writing the first sentence, and there's already so much literary aura? It's only the first sentence. If he continues writing, how much literary aura will he have? An examiner exclaimed. Chao Xiong stared at the literary aura above Wang Ke's head and said, "This is impossible. This must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. I've checked all the information about Wang Ke. He has never written an essay before. He has never written an essay before. How can there be so much literary aura?" On the spectator stand, the veteran ruffians who were about to leave due to embarrassment suddenly stopped in their tracks. Damn it, what's going on? Old dog, this Wang Ke knows how to write essays? He's only writing the first sentence, and there's already so much literary aura? A group of veteran ruffians stared at Old Dog Murong. However, when they saw Old Dog Murong, they saw Old Dog Murong slapping its own mouth. Slap, slap. What are you doing? A veteran ruffian exclaimed. Let me hit myself to see if I'm dreaming. Old Dog Murong also exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Slap. That veteran ruffian slapped Old Dog Murong's face hard. Why did you hit me? Old Dog Murong glared at him angrily. You slapped yourself so lightly. How can you be sure? I'll help you confirm it. Now, are you awake? Are you dreaming? That veteran ruffian asked. Old Dog Murong glared at that veteran ruffian and said, Damn it, I don't need you to confirm it. Who told you to slap me? You didn't tell us that Wang Ke's essay is so good. That's right. Just now we were about to leave. Our War God Temple wrote such a good essay. If I leave, I won't be able to see this group of civil officials being embarrassed. That's right, that's right. Old Dog Murong, you're not honest. A group of veteran ruffians scolded Old Dog Murong. How would I know? How would I know? Ask Zhang Jingdao. He's the closest to Wang Ke. Old Dog Murong glared at them. The group looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened and he said, I don't know. I've never seen Wang Ke write an essay. In my impression, other than bragging, Wang Ke only knows how to make money. I've never seen him write an essay. Then this is... Everyone was puzzled. He saw Wang Ke continue writing. Wang Ke's essay wasn't a flash in the pan. It wasn't just the first sentence that was interesting. Instead, it became more and more interesting. The more he wrote, the more literary it became. Pung. As Wang Ku continued writing, the literary aura above Wang Ku's head surged and condensed. Soon, it condensed into fine thread. Moreover, this piece of work continued to enlarge and become clearer. The literary aura of a piece of work? Is this for real? Wang Ku is going to fly. Zhang Jingdao glared. Who said that the war god temple is illiterate? Damn it, can an illiterate person write such a piece of work? A veteran ruffian suddenly said excitedly. That's right, this is the representative of the war god temple. It represents the knowledge and culture of the war god temple. Damn it, the war god temple is going to hold its head high. Go, call some more old men over. Tell them that the war god temple is going to slap their faces. That's right, Wang Ku represents the war god temple. Don't be slandered by these officials. Go, call more people over. The veteran ruffians of the war god temple were instantly excited. P.S. End of 4th Watch. Chapter 590. At the square of the Confucian temple, Wang Ku heard the exclamations around him. Wang Ku was not fully focused on his writing. He was only writing from memory. It was normal for him to be distracted. Most importantly, Wang Ku was at his wits' end. I didn't think so much about it. He still remembered Wang Yuli's ode to Xianghua, was not very refined when he wrote it. Why are there so many of them this time? Moreover, the number was still increasing. Did they come from the Confucian temple? Ugh, why are they giving me so much refined energy? I don't want to be famous. Most importantly, I don't know anything about eight-legged prose. If you put me on a pedestal, I'll fall miserably in the future. I'll be exposed easily. Wang Ku was frustrated. However, it was useless to be frustrated. The more he wrote, the more refined energy he felt. Above Wang Ku's head, there was no longer a simple seven-colored glow, nor was there any refined energy. Instead, it was a piece of refined energy. The refined energy above Wang Ku's head soon surpassed the rest of the examinees. He had become the first examinee. Many examiners could no longer sit still. They quickly looked into the distance. The veterans of the Hall of Gods of War excitedly yelled at the old men of the Hall of Gods of War to join in the commotion. Chao Xiong's eyes were wide open. He kept mumbling with jealousy and hatred. Simon Shunsui, the Prime Minister, also looked at Wang Ku in surprise. Wang Ku's scholarly aura formed a brocade. High up in the sky, 7 colored lights circled around and gradually condensed into an image. In the image, the light shadow of a great man occupied more than half of the brocade. The great man's light shadow emitted countless rays of light. Below him was the map of the world. It was as if the light of this great man illuminated the whole world. In an instant, Wang Ku's humanistic aura surpassed everyone else's. His refined energy has turned into a piece of brocade? No, it's not just a piece of brocade. It's a splendid landscape painting. A splendid landscape painting? It hasn't been seen for more than 200 years, right? Even with the boost from the Confucian temple, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. This old man still remembers that back then, the Minister of Rights, Wang Yuli, suppressed the world with a single essay. It was exactly like this back then. That's right. After Wang Yuli, no one else could write such a beautiful painting. Wang Yuli is the great scholar of our Daesan dynasty. His literary aura is naturally unrivaled. Where did this brat come from? He can also write the level of the splendid landscape painting? All around, countless examiners revealed looks of shock. Wang Ku's splendid mountains and rivers painting grew larger and larger. For a time, it shone brightly, causing countless examinees to tremble when they raised their heads. This is 2F** King powerful. Our articles are only slightly more refined with the help of the Confucian temple. It's like a bowl of water, but you have given us a huge lake. Who can stand it? Even if the examinees who shone brightly earlier had written the splendid silk painting, it was still a far cry from Wang Ku's painting. Ha 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 ha, he's from the War God Temple. Old Dog Murong excitedly introduced the examinee to the generals of the War God Temple. The newly arrived generals of the War God Temple widened their eyes in shock and joy. Prime Minister, it's been many years since we've seen the literary aura of the examinees this time, an official said with a complicated expression. This time, there were indeed more examinees with literary aura compared to the past. This was originally a joyous matter. However, a literary ancestor examinee had suddenly appeared. This was originally a good thing. However, this person came from the War God Temple and was written by a military ruffian that the civil officials looked down on. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Some of the examiners were shocked, but they didn't dare to shout. After all, Wang Ku represented the War God Temple and slapped the faces of the civil officials. Now that the Prime Minister was present, they didn't know how to express their emotions. Only Prime Minister Simon Shunsui remained calm. He was shocked at the start, but he soon calmed down and watched patiently. The other examinees were thinking as they wrote, but Wang Ku didn't stop at all. 2 hours later, Wang Ku's brush stopped. Buzz. The splendid mountain river painting in the sky emitted a large amount of colorful light, illuminating the sky in an instant. Many citizens in the capital of kindness looked over in surprise. At this moment, all of the examinees who wanted to compete with Wang Ku had lost all thoughts of competing with him. Where did this freak come from? Was this even written by a human? How could they compete with him? Hand in your papers! Wang Ku shouted from afar. Whoosh! Many of the examiners immediately stood up. Bring me the splendid mountain river painting. We will read it together. Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Prime Minister, Wang Ku's essay has already been written in the splendid landscape map. He deserves to be first place in this examination. Is there still a need to review it? Murong Laogo, who was not far away, suddenly shouted gloomily. That's right. Prime Minister, why don't you just announce that he is first? A veteran of the War God Temple said excitedly. Prime Minister, if Wang Ku's paper isn't first, there must be something fishy going on in the examination. That's right. There was strength in numbers. As expected, the veterans of the War God Temple cheered excitedly as soon as Old Dog Murong spoke. Nonsense. The examination of the Confucian Temple is a national talent selection ceremony. How can you cause a ruckus here? If you want to cause a ruckus, go outside. Don't disturb the other examinees. The Prime Minister glared at them. The faces of the veterans of the War God Temple stiffened. Indeed, the Prime Minister was a man of few words, but he always hit the nail on the head. The veterans did not dare to refute him. Disturb the other examinees? If the matter got out of hand, everyone would be in trouble. Simon Shunsui looked at the examinees after seeing that his words had intimidated the veterans. The examination isn't over yet. You might not be first in the examination. The quality of your paper depends on whether it hits the mark. You don't have to worry about the papers that have already been submitted. Just focus on your questions, Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Yes, the examinees replied. Simon Shunsui reassured the examinees. What's the point of writing a good paper? If you strayed from the topic, you won't score high. You can't just do whatever you want in the examination. If you only want to test your literary skills, what's the point of the examination? All you have to do is to prepare a literary essay at home and write it down from memory. Is it okay if you don't hit the mark? Naturally, many examinees slowly relaxed. Let me see if Wang Ku's paper is on the mark. Fellow examinees, help me see if this paper strayed from the topic. Chao Xiong was the first to jump out to take a look. Wang Ku's Ode to Xianghua was sent to all the examinees. All the examinees wanted to read this kind of literary essay at the level of the splendid landscape painting. Similarly, in order to prevent the war god temple from riding on the heads of the civil officials, they had to find faults with him. Even if they had to nitpick the bones in an egg, they had to pick them out. Everyone looked at the paper. When they saw it, all the examinees' eyes suddenly widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What the F***ck is this? Are my eyes blind? What did I just see? Chao Xiong trembled when he saw it. Simon Xuansui's face also twitched when he saw it. For a moment the entire place was silent. All the examinees stared at the Ode to Xianghua. Who knows eight-legged essay? What did Wang Ke write? Why do all the civil officials look like they ate a dead rat? Old Dog Murong asked curiously. We don't know. The eight-legged essay of the civil officials is so sour. Who knows? That's right. Didn't they want to nitpick? Nitpick? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Is Wang Ke's paper correct? A group of war god temple warriors stared at the examinees in confusion. At this moment, the examinees' faces were twitching. They didn't know what to do. Today's exam topic was the Daisen dynasty's grace and prestige throughout the world. Wang Ke's paper was labeled as Ode to Xianghua. The title was wrong, but who dared to say it was wrong? If Xianghua was powerful, wasn't it the same as the Daisen dynasty? More importantly, this paper was praising the benevolent emperor from beginning to end. The words used were gorgeous, and the parallelism was exquisite to the point of making one's hair stand on end. There wasn't even a single word that could be changed. Most importantly, this paper was a complete bootlicker. This bootlicker made all the civil officials' scalps tingle. How could bootlicker be bootlicker like this? He didn't even try to cover it up? How could Wang Ke be so shameless? Nitpick? They couldn't nitpick. Every word in this paper was praising the benevolent emperor and Xianghua. Did they dare to say anything wrong? How many brains did they have to deny Xianghua's achievements? Did they still want their black hat? They definitely couldn't nitpick from the negative direction. Then they could nitpick from the positive direction. It wasn't enough to praise Xianghua, but they had to think of something better than this paper. The bootlicker in this paper was already at the peak. It was basically a 360-degree Thomas roundabout bootlicker. There were no blind spots at all. What to do? What could they do if they couldn't nitpick? Was the paper not on point? No, Wang Ke used the greatness of Xianghua to set off the greatness of the Daisen dynasty. He used the Daisen dynasty to set off the greatness of the Daisen dynasty. This was called a side profile, understood? If Wang Ke used other people to describe the side profile, it would be completely off point. But if he used Xianghua to set off the side profile, could they say that this paper wasn't on point? Perhaps they thought they had too many brains, but they could try. A single bootlicker left all the civil officials speechless. How could Wang Ke be so crafty? Wang Ke, he's shameless. Chao Xiong was even more ashamed and angry. In order to nitpick at the flaws in this paper, Chao Xiong was about to suffer from internal injuries. But with Chao Xiong's literary talent, he really couldn't find a way to slander Wang Ke. Damn, you're using Xianghua's bootlicker to shut us up? You're not playing your cards according to common sense. How can you write such mushy, flattering, and fawning words? You're so shameless. Old Dog Murong had unknowingly squeezed into the crowd. Prime Minister, what do you think of Wang Ke's paper from the War God Temple? Can it get first place? Old Dog Murong asked expectantly. All the officials looked at Old Dog Murong's face that deserved a beating. They suddenly felt as if they had swallowed a dead rat. This time, not only did they not make the War God Temple suffer, but they were also slapped in the face by the War God Temple? P.S. Today's explosion will continue. It's still 4 chapters, this is the first. Chapter 591. The group of civil officials couldn't find an excuse to nitpick at such a mushy, flattering, and fawning piece of writing. The main reason was that Xianghua's dignity was not to be blasphemed. If they wanted to scold Wang Ke for flattery, they had to consider Xianghua's feelings. They also had to consider whether Xianghua would make things difficult for them in the future. What the *ck old dog Murong even came up and asked, "Isn't this a slap to our faces?" Simon Shunsway took a deep breath and said, Wang Ke's article hit the mark. It's beautiful and elegant. If no one can surpass this article, it will be first place. However, the exam isn't over yet. It's still early. Unrelated people, don't make a fuss. Ha ha ha, first place? Even someone from the War God Temple can get first place. This civil official exam isn't that great. Ha! Old dog Murong laughed excitedly. The bunch of officials' faces darkened. Can you not be so smug in front of us? Old dog Murong was too happy. After all, the War God Temple had conquered the world and made many great achievements. Who could stand being called illiterate by a bunch of officials behind their backs every day? The War God Temple had sent people to take the exam more than once just to be proud. However, they returned empty-handed every time. They weren't even from the same field. Wasn't that infuriating? Old dog Murong had personally taken the exam a few times. Fortunately, there was a freak like Wang Ke. Wang Ke wasn't a member of the War God Temple? It didn't matter. He would be from now on. Moreover, he came from the Heavenly Wolf sect that I founded. If he wasn't a member of the War God Temple, who else could he be? Finally, the War God Temple could hold its head high. How could old dog Murong not be excited? Cheating. Wang Ke must have cheated. A voice suddenly sounded. Chao Xiong, what are you doing? Are you trying to slander someone from the War God Temple? Old dog Murong glared and immediately shouted. Chao Xiong, you dare to slander someone from our War God Temple? Do you believe that we will beat you into a pig's head? A group of veteran ruffians immediately jumped out. Do you think our War God Temple has no one? In such a clear and bright world, they were already framing others? Chao Xiong? You said that Wang Ke cheated. Do you have any evidence? Simon Shunsway asked in a deep voice. That's right, where's your evidence? If you want to slander and frame someone, you should at least find a good reason. Wang Ke was the first to submit his paper. The first to submit his paper, who did he copy? That's right. The questions for this examination were set by you civil officials, the Prime Minister. You mean the Prime Minister leaked the questions to Wang Ke? With Wang Ke's literary aura, who do you think can cheat for him? Bah, Chao Xiong, if you dare to frame Wang Ke and bring this matter to Xianghua, we won't let you off. The group of veteran ruffians immediately became aggressive. After all, Wang Ke's essay this time was too impressive. It was the splendid landscape painting that appeared only once in 200 years. They couldn't even slander it even if they wanted to. Prime Minister, I'm familiar with Wang Ke. I've checked his information. He has never written an essay before. This essay was definitely not written by him. He must have prepared it beforehand. Moreover, he must have gotten someone else to write it for him. It wasn't written by him. Chao Xiong glared and said, Where's the evidence? Who ghostwrote for Wang Ke? Simon Shunsway asked in a deep voice. I can confirm that it wasn't written by Wang Ke. He doesn't have that ability, Chao Xiong said anxiously. In other words, you have no evidence? Simon Shunsway said coldly. Chao Xiong's face stiffened. You have no evidence and you still have the face to say this. You're obviously jealous. Old dog Murong shouted. That's right. Wang Ke, tell him if you wrote this. A veteran ruffian stepped forward and pulled Wang Ke over to support Wang Ke. Wang Ke was pulled over. At this moment, Wang Ke's face was conflicted. Damn, I didn't write this in the first place. Should I admit it? If I don't admit it, the War God Temple will lose face. If I admit it, although I'll be proud now, I'll have to take the blame if I expose it in the future. Chao Xiong is right. This essay wasn't written by me. Wang Ke said. What? Everyone looked at Wang Ke. Chao Xiong also stared at Wang Ke. You're actually cooperating with me? Why? Are you trying to dig a hole for me? It wasn't written by you? If such an essay wasn't written by you, then who wrote it? Simon Shunsway said solemnly. Wang Ku, don't talk nonsense. Don't be afraid. We'll support you. You don't have to be afraid. Old Dog Murong immediately shouted. It wasn't easy for the War God Temple to hold our heads up high. Don't play tricks on us. I heard your conversation just now. How could I, Wang Ku, write an essay of this level with the literary aura of the splendid landscape painting? Only the Minister of Rites, Wang Yuli, from the Imperial Examination 200 years ago could write something like this. That's right. You guessed right. This Ode to Xianghua wasn't written by me. It was written by the Minister of Rites, Wang Yuli. Only he could write an essay of this level. Wang Ku said very sincerely. After Wang Ku finished speaking, the veteran ruffians of the War God Temple became anxious. Wang Ku, how could you say that this essay was written by Wang Yuli? Even if it was written by him, you should insist that it was written by you at this time. It's over now. You've already mentioned Wang Yuli's name. It looks like our War God Temple won't be able to hold our heads up high. This group of civil officials is going to laugh to death. The veteran ruffians were depressed, but none of the civil officials could laugh at this moment. They all stared at Wang Ku in disbelief. Wang Ku, tell me, who wrote this essay? Chao Xiong said with an ugly expression. Wang Yuli, the Minister of Rites. Don't you know? Don't you know that I got together with Wang Yuli some time ago? He was the one who helped me write it back then. Wang Ku said solemnly. Chao Xiong's face darkened. I know you're with Wang Yuli, but if you say that Wang Yuli helped you write this essay, how do you expect me to convince the others? Nonsense. Wang Yuli is the Minister of Rites. His writings are noble and arrogant, like the white snow in spring. Wang Yuli is the great scholar of our Daisan dynasty. How could he write such an essay? An examiner stared and said, What do you mean? How is my essay embarrassing? Also, other than Wang Yuli, who else could write it? Wang Ku glared and said. The civil officials' faces darkened. Yes, it wasn't written by you. Who else could write such an essay on the level of the splendid landscape painting? Only Wang Yuli had this standard. But could Wang Yuli write such an essay? The entire article was filled with nauseating flattery, and bootlicking. How could this article be written by Wang Yuli? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Who is Wang Yuli? He's the great scholar of our benevolence dynasty, the backbone of our benevolence dynasty. How could he write such a flattering essay? If he wrote such an essay, I'll King eat this desk. Wang Ku, what nonsense are you talking about? Simon Shunsway also stared and said. Didn't you all ask me to tell the truth? You all said that only Wang Yuli could write such an essay. I'm not wrong. Wang Yuli helped me write this essay. I'm not lying. You all can go and confront Wang Yuli. Wang Ku stared and said the truth. For a moment, the group of civil officials fell silent. Wang Ku, I can see that this article was originally written by you. This group of examiners is pointing at a deer as a horse and shamelessly slandering you. You are angry. You said those words in anger. Are you mocking this group of examiners? Old Dog Murong glared at Wang Ku. Old Dog Murong understood it this way. The group of examiners naturally understood it the same way. Damn, you still dare to mock us? I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go and confront Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli helped me write this essay. Since you all found it strange, I can't deny it. Otherwise, what if I'm exposed in the future? I'm telling the truth. Why are you all still standing here? You can ask Wang Yuli. Wang Ku stared and said. Wang Ku's stubbornness made everyone feel that Wang Ku was mocking them. For a moment, everyone stared at Chao Xiong. Look at what you've done. Go and ask the Minister of Rites, Wang Yuli, to come to the Confucian Temple. Simon Shunsway said. The civil officials' faces changed. If they really ask Wang Yuli to come, it will be troublesome. Go quickly. Wang Yuli has already entered the city yesterday. The truth will be revealed once he arrives. Wang Ke said. The civil officials' faces darkened. Everyone waited patiently. After an hour, Wang Yuli finally arrived. Greetings, Prime Minister. Wang Yuli bowed respectfully. Wang Yuli, I'm sure you know the reason on your way here. Wang Ke said you helped him write the essay Ode to Xianghua. Come and take a look. Are you the one who wrote it? Simon Shunsui said. Wang Yuli's face twitched. He looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. Damn it, what did I say? Wang Ku promised me that he wouldn't tell anyone that the essay had anything to do with me. How dare you sell me out in front of everyone when you just arrived at the benevolent god's capital? I've told you many times not to link me to the essay Ode to Xianghua, but you. Although he was angry, Wang Yuli still suppressed the anger in his heart and calmly read an article praising the benevolent emperor, reporting to the Prime Minister and everyone else. Do you think this essay was written by me? Wang Yuli asked in a low voice. The civil officials were depressed. It definitely wasn't written by you. How could it be written by you? That's right. Just as you think, this is the first time I've seen this essay. I don't know why Wang Ke said I wrote it. I can swear to the heavens that I don't recognize this essay. Wang Yuli said firmly. Damn it, if I admit that this is the world's #1 bootlicker essay, then what about my reputation? Don't you care about my reputation? I'm the great benevolent god of culture. How could I bear the title of a bootlicker? Wang Ku, why don't you go and die? Wang Yuli, don't lie to me. Chao Xiong already knows that you were with me some time ago and helped me write it. He even said it in public. Why don't you admit it? Wang Ku glared. Chao Xiong's face darkened. When did I say that? Why didn't you say that? You said that I cheated. Don't you already know the truth? I'll confess. This essay was written by Wang Yuli. Look, I still have an essay written by Wang Yuli. It's his handwriting. Take a look. Wang Ku suddenly said. As he spoke, Wang Ku took out the essay written by Wang Yuli from his storage bracelet. Seeing this essay, Wang Yuli was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. Damn it, Wang Ku, are you really going to ruin my reputation today? Wang Ku, don't try to ruin my reputation. You did have a record for this essay before, and you wrote it before, so you were able to finish the exam in one go. This only means that you guessed the questions correctly. Your essay was clearly signed off by you, Wang Ku. Wang Yuli glared and shouted angrily. Wang Ku looked at the signature with a dark face. Isn't this my name that you wrote? Chao Xiong already knows. Why are you still trying to deny it? It's clearly written by you. Look at this handwriting. The officials looked over and shook their heads. Wang Yuli showed a hint of pride. You're wrong. This isn't my handwriting. What? Wang Ku was stunned. Wang Yuli heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't use my usual handwriting to write it. Instead, I changed my handwriting so that this bootlicking essay had nothing to do with me. That was close. Wang Ku, I didn't expect you to be good at using different handwriting. This essay's handwriting is different from the one on the exam paper. You must have used 2 different handwriting. However, this isn't important. The signature says everything. It was written by you, Wang Ku. Wang Ku, you're just an examinee. Don't slander me. Wang Yuli threatened in a deep voice. No. Who slandered you? Chao Xiong, help me prove it. Wang Ku looked at Chao Xiong with anticipation. In an instant, everyone looked at Chao Xiong. What was Chao Xiong supposed to do? Because no one here believed that this bootlicking essay was written by Wang Yuli. He was such a noble and proud person. How could he write such a bootlicking essay? Integrity. Are you insulting the integrity of great kindness? Everyone only had one thought. Wang Ku was mocking the examiners and Chao Xiong, who was maliciously slandering him. These were the words that the king had deliberately said out of anger, because he had been greatly wronged. All right, Chao Xiong. You're the Minister of Justice. Your words and actions represent great kindness. The most important thing in the Ministry of Justice is evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't accuse a deer of a horse. Wang Ku's literary talent is outstanding. To be able to write this splendid landscape illustration is his own ability. In today's great kindness literary world, how many people can write such an essay? Who among them would help Wang Ku cheat? Simon Shunsui glared. Me. Chao Xiong's face was gloomy. He didn't know how to refute. That's right, would a literary giant who could write such a novel help Wang Ku cheat? More importantly, a literary giant of this level cherished his wings very much. How could he write such a bootlicking essay? Literati have pride. It's not like this. All right, I declare that Wang Ku is innocent. This ode to Xianghua was indeed written by Wang Ku. No one is allowed to slander him, Simon Shunsui said in a deep voice. Prime Minister Shiman, didn't you hear me? I copied this article. I don't know eight-legged prose at all. I only know this one. You made a mistake. It was written by Wang Yuli. I'm innocent. Wang Ku shouted gloomily. All right, Wang Ku, we know you've been bullied. The Prime Minister has already given you justice. Don't make a fuss. Old Dog Murong immediately pulled Wang Ku aside and tried to persuade him. I'm telling the truth. Ask Wang Yuli. Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli turned his face away. You want me to prove it for you? Dream on. F*CK. What's wrong with the great kindness government? No one would believe him even if he told the truth? This is F*King weird. Wang Ku cursed. The examiners. In the end, no one stirred up trouble anymore. Wang Ku also sat firmly on the top seat in this examination. P.S. Second update. Chapter 592. At the examination hall of the Confucian Temple, a group of examinees stared at the argument going on at the examiner's table. All of them had learned something new. This examinee named Wang Ku was a true immortal. Damn, it was one thing for him to make the examiners serve him tea and water during the examination, but after the examination, he even mocked the examiners. Not only did the examiners not blame him, they even pinched their noses and admitted to it. What the F*CK, was this an exam? Why was it so strange? I'm not mocking you. I'm telling the truth. I copied Wang Yuli's essay. I'm a fake. I don't know 8-part essay. I only know how to recite this essay. I'm not lying. Why don't you believe me? Even Chao Xiong saw through it. You have to believe him. Wang Ku was still making things up. Only Wang Yuli knew that Wang Ku was telling the truth, but for the sake of his own reputation, Wang Yuli pretended not to see it. The examiners' faces darkened. They thought that Wang Ku's mockery had intensified. All right, Wang Ku, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Today is a joyous day for our war god temple. You got first place in the exam, so just muddle through. Look, their faces are all green. You should stop while you're ahead. Old Dog Murong advised Wang Ku. You don't believe me either? Wang Ku glared at them. Old Dog Murong and the others' faces stiffened. More importantly, we don't believe you. Wang Ku, forget it. Let's get down to business. Zhang Jingdao advised. Wang Ku thought for a moment. That's right. Why should I waste my time with you examiners? I still need to find my girlfriend. All right, I'll stop talking. I've already said what I wanted to say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Now I've handed in my paper. I should go. Wang Ku said. Go? The examiners raised their eyebrows. They did not seem to understand Wang Ku's meaning. Elder Murong and the brothers of the War God Temple, it's rare for you to come to the good god's capital. Let's go and have a drink. My treat. Wang Ku immediately waved his hand. Old Dog Murong and the others stared at Wang Ku. Why are you leaving? Let's go drink. What are you asking? Wang Ku was confused. We can drink later. You should stay and continue with the exam. Old Dog Murong said. What's the test? I've already finished my exams? I've already handed in my paper in advance. What's there to take? Wang Ku glared. This is only the first test of this imperial examination. There will be the second, third, and court examinations soon. Continue the test. Old Dog Murong said. Second examination, third examination, and court examination? Wang Ku widened his eyes. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to end after one round? Don't you know? Old Dog Murong glared. All the examiners also stared at Wang Ku. You don't know the procedure and you're here to take the exam? Only Zhang Jingdao knew that Wang Ku did not plan to take the exam at all. Naturally, he did not know the procedure. Wang Ku, the imperial examination is a talent selection ceremony of the Daisan dynasty. After the provincial and city examinations, the most outstanding talents will be selected and sent to the good god's capital for the final examination. There are usually 10,000 copies of the scholar's book, and 1 out of 10 will be selected in each examination. The first test is to select 1,000 talents. The second test is to select 100 from these 1,000 talents and give them the title of Grand Scholar. The third test is to select 10 Grand Scholars from these 100 people. These 10 people will have a very high starting point and can instantly become a high official. The last court examination is to select the top scholar, second scholar, and third scholar from these 10 people by Xianghua. Zhang Jingdao said. Wang Ku's face darkened. Is this a F***king exam or torture? 4 rounds? Can't we just do it in 1 round? We have to consider all aspects. The first test is about literary talent. The second and third tests are about other aspects. The last court examination still requires Xianghua to decide. 1 round is not enough. Zhang Jingdao explained. Oh, so we have to consider the overall evaluation? We can't just be lame? Wang Ku was stunned. That's about right. Zhang Jingdao nodded. That's fine. I don't plan to take the second test. What are we doing here? 1 round is enough for me. Don't delay us, let's go drink. Wang Ku said. Wang Ku, you can drink anytime. You are the first person to pass the first imperial examination in our war god temple. You have to take the exam and bring glory to our war god temple. Old Dog Murong said immediately. That's right. You even got first place this time. Keep taking the exam, keep taking the exam. The group of veterans said excitedly. Every time the war god temple got a few spots, they would return in failure. It wasn't a simple failure, but a history of not passing the first test. This was a disgrace to the war god temple. It wasn't easy for such a freak to appear, so how could they give up so easily? But I don't know how to take the exam. I even copied the first test, Wang Ku said with a strange expression. Don't worry, it's fine. We believe in you. The group of veterans comforted him. Clearly, no one believed Wang Ku. They thought that Wang Ku was being modest and angry. They immediately comforted him. What's the use of believing in me? If I leave now, I'll be returning with honor. If I stay, I'll be embarrassing myself. Wang Ku glared. That won't happen, Old Dog Murong said. Wang Ku's face darkened. How do you know that won't happen? You're not me. As a person, the most important thing is to know yourself. I'm very good at seeing through myself. In the first test, if I didn't copy, I would have been sent to prison by Chao Xiong. In the next test, I won't even be able to copy. What should I do then? Don't worry, the War God Temple is behind you. No one can touch you. Old Dog Murong said with certainty. Wang Ku's face darkened. What's the use of you guys being behind me? I don't know how to take the exam. No, I still want to find my girlfriend. I don't have time to waste here. Wang Ku immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. The group of examinees looked at Wang Ku with darkened faces. Coming to the imperial exam was a waste of time? Looking for a woman was not a waste of time? Are you looking for Princess Serene Moon? Old Dog Murong asked. You know? Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Zhang Jingdao sold you out. No, he told me everything about you coming to the benevolent god capital. Old Dog Murong explained. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao with a darkened face. You can't blame me. Back then when I got separated from you, I got Old Dog Murong to help me find you. Naturally, I described the purpose of your trip. Zhang Jingdao immediately said. Princess Serene Moon has been in closed-door cultivation. You won't be able to find Princess Serene Moon. However, I heard that the purpose of this imperial exam is to find a teacher for Princess Serene Moon. Therefore, Princess Serene Moon might appear in the next exam. Old Dog Murong explained. What? Wang Ku frowned. During the second test, he would be able to see Serene Moon? So, Old Dog Murong looked at Wang Ku. Wang Ku's expression changed. It was more important to find Serene Moon. If he had to stay, then so be it. He wouldn't lose anything. Then I can stay and participate in the second test. However, let me tell you, don't have too much hope. I won't take the exam. Today's first test was only copied from Wang Yuli. I don't know how to take the exam. In the next test, I'll get a duck egg. Don't despise me. Wang Ku glared. Ha ha ha, don't worry, we won't despise you. Old Dog Murong suddenly laughed. The group of veterans also laughed until their eyes narrowed. No one believed Wang Ku when he said he wouldn't take the exam. If you don't know how to take the exam, how can you get first place in the first test? What a joke. You must be mocking the examiner and Chao Xiong. As long as you stay, we will have the capital to brag in the future. Alright, then what should I do? Wang Ku asked curiously. Return to your original position and wait. Follow the instructions, Prime Minister Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Wang Ku suddenly looked at Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong's expression changed. He glared and said angrily, Why are you looking at me? I didn't even say anything. Are you trying to mock me? No, old Chao, don't be nervous. I'm not mocking you, nor am I blaming you. Anyway, I've already said it. Whether you believe me or not is none of my business. Anyway, I've already told you the truth. If there's a mistake in the future, I won't be the one to take the blame. I have to thank you, Wang Ku said solemnly. Chao Xiong's face darkened. Are you still mocking me? Wang Ku, return to your original position and wait. Old Dog Murong advised. Wang Ku nodded and looked at the examiner who served the tea. I have a light taste. Don't add too many tea leaves. You added a little too much just now. Give me another cup with less tea leaves. After speaking, Wang Ku walked to the study table that he had just left. That examiner glared at Wang Ku. Damn, do you really think that I'm your tea server? Although he was angry because of Chao Xiong, the group of civil officials had been mocked by the Battle God Hall. In order not to incur even greater anger, the examiner could only gloomily go and refill Wang Ku's cup of tea. Wang Ku sat under the scorching sun and waited. Earlier, he had disliked being exposed to the scorching sun. Now that he knew that he would be meeting Serene Moon in the next examination, he naturally felt very happy and didn't mind the current environment at all. He crossed his legs and drank the freshly brewed tea. He looked at the other examinees who were sweating profusely. It was indescribably satisfying. Of course, the examinees were sweating profusely mainly because of the pressure brought by Wang Ku. Wang Yuli naturally left this troublesome place long ago. In the spectator stands, the people from the Battle God Hall had excited looks on their faces. Only Zhang Jingdao frowned slightly. Could Wang Ku's words be true? At the examiner's area, Prime Minister, although this Wang Ku's words are elegant and brilliant, he is a little too arrogant. If we let him continue, would we? An examiner said with a frown. Simon Shunsui took a sip of tea and looked at the 10,000 examinees in the examination hall with narrowed eyes. He didn't pay attention to Wang Ku, who was crossing his legs. It was as if he had other considerations and goals in mind. Don't do anything. Just follow the prescribed order, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of examiners replied. Although Chao Xiong didn't dare to say anything, he looked at Simon Shunsway in confusion. The Prime Minister wasn't someone easy to deal with. It was impossible that he would change his mind because of a bunch of boorish people from the Battle God Hall. This time Wang Ku was so arrogant. Why was he allowing him to be so impudent? Without Wang Ku causing trouble, the examination quickly calmed down. In the evening, the examination was about to end. Many examinees had literary auras above their heads. They had received the recognition of the Confucian Temple, and a few of them had written splendid essays. However, none of their essays could compare to Wang Ku's splendid landscape painting. Clearly, Wang Ku had secured first place in the first test. The first test is over. All examinees, stop writing. The examiners will review the papers on the spot. The papers of the 1,000 examinees will be displayed to the public for all scholars to read. This is to show fairness. An examiner shouted. P.S. Third update. There is one more update today. Chapter 593. 3 days later, at the square outside the Confucian Temple. First place in the Anka first test, recommended by the War God Temple, from the 100,000 mountains, Wang Ku. Did you see that? That's my recommendation. I gave him a spot in the scholar's book. Old Dog Murong laughed as he looked at the list. Old Dog Murong, how did an illiterate like you manage to do something that we admire? A veteran said in surprise. But why did that group of scholars show a look of disgust when they saw Wang Ku's article? Another veteran asked curiously. The Confucian Temple Square was where the previous test was held. Naturally, it was not a place that anyone could enter. Currently, there was another square outside the Confucian Temple Square. There was a sea of scholars in the square outside the square. They were looking at the exam papers that were hung on the wall. Naturally, the exam paper for the first place was read by everyone at the first moment. Many scholars were shocked when they saw Wang Ku's essay, Ode to Xianghua. It was natural for the essay to be so scholarly. Most importantly, the entire essay was flattering Xianghua. How could such a thing be written in an essay? How could he get first place? How could he throw away his dignity as a scholar? The scholars were immediately divided into two groups. One group looked at Wang Ku with disdain. The other group was excited. It was as if they had seen the future of their lives. They looked at Wang Ku's essay with admiration. However, on the surface they were still criticizing the essay. In an instant, Wang Ku's essay, Ode to Xianghua, became the most controversial essay in the first test. Some examinees even wanted to protest at the Ministry of Personnel. They could not support this kind of evil trend. How could he get first place by flattering others? How could this be? At this moment, the scholars were in an uproar over Wang Ku's essay. The veterans of the War God Temple did not understand. At this moment, when they saw the scholar calling out to them, all of them widened their eyes. Ignore these useless scholars. They are just jealous. Wang Ku getting first place had been decided by the Prime Minister and all the examiners. How could these elementary scholars compare to the Prime Minister and the examiners? Besides, even the literati star worshipped by the Confucian Temple gave Wang Ku the splendid landscape paintings literary chi during the examination. Of course, he was recognized by them. They are just jealous. Old Dog Murong said. That's right. Tui, the literati are trying to suppress our War God Temple. Just because they're from our War God Temple, they're trying to nitpick on us. Tui, why don't they take a look at who's the one who's protecting their safety? Said a veteran ruffian disdainfully. Let's go and call our old buddies. Let's go and have a drink. Let's have a good day. Another veteran ruffian suggested. Agreed. Haha, today's drink must be on Old Dog Murong. That's right. Old Dog Murong, you have to treat us today. We're so happy that we won't leave until we're drunk. Old Dog Murong's face darkened as the group of veterans jeered. Why should I treat you? I don't have money. Wang Ku should be the one treating us. He said it himself. He's going to treat us to drinks. Old dog Murong glared at them. Wang Ku is preparing for the second round of the examination. He's currently in quarantine. How is he going to come out? Said a veteran ruffian. Then we'll treat him after he becomes the top scholar. Old dog Murong said. The veterans glared at old dog Murong. Top scholar? What are you thinking? Wang Ku's ancestral grave is already smoking smoke when he comes first in the first round. Do you still expect Wang Ku to pass the rest of the examination? What's wrong? Don't tell me you're not confident at all? Old dog Murong glared at them. The veterans were left speechless. Actually, we can still be hopeful. However, I'm worried that someone will purposely make things difficult for Wang Ku in the second round. Old dog Murong said. Make things difficult? The veteran ruffians' faces darkened. That's right. You saw it 3 days ago. Wang Ku has completely offended the examiners because he was recommended by our war god temple. Because of the splendid landscape painting, the examiners didn't dare to find fault with Wang Ku. However, what about the second round? It won't be a test of literary talent anymore. At that time, no one will be able to show their literary talent. The results will be determined by the examiners themselves. What will happen if Wang Ku offends them? Old dog Murong asked. F***ck, these civil officials are all bad people. They will definitely purposely eliminate Wang Ku. The veterans glared. Yes, they will definitely make things difficult for Wang Ku. Then what do you think we should do now? Old dog Murong said. No, how can we, the people of the war god temple, be bullied so easily? We'll go and reason with the Prime Minister. A veteran ruffian said. The Prime Minister won't even bother with us. Old dog Murong said in a deep voice. Then let's find the war god. The Prime Minister will definitely give face to the war god. We don't need to play favoritism, we just want fairness. A veteran ruffian said. That's right, we want fairness. The veteran ruffians immediately shouted and left in a group. Kind God Capital, Prime Minister's residence. A few examiners gathered at the Prime Minister's residence and looked at Simon Shunsway with strange expressions. Prime Minister, that war god Huang really said that? The war god temple is worried that we will play favoritism? How is this possible? Prime Minister, you know that we can't play favoritism. There are so many examiners and they have to go through several examinations. How can we play favoritism? Isn't war god Huang looking for trouble? A group of examiners said with gloomy faces. Simon Shunsway took a deep breath. War god Huang didn't want to interfere with the examination. He only asked me to ensure fairness. Therefore, we must give him this face. But Prime Minister, we have always been fair. An examiner said with a complicated expression. Since we promised war god Huang, we naturally have to do something. For the second examination, we will mark the names of the examinees. Simon Shunsway said. Mark the names of the examinees? That is to say, after the examinees have finished the examination, they will cover the names of the examinees with paper, so that no one will know who the examinees belong to. After the examinees have finished marking and the rankings are determined, they will remove the paper? An examiner asked curiously. That's right. Simon Shunsway nodded his head. Ah, this is nothing. Haha, the Prime Minister is so thoughtful. We are wholeheartedly serving the public. This is nothing. A group of examiners laughed. The second examination will be held tomorrow. You all can go back to work. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of examiners replied and left. Shan Shindu, the examinees' resting area. After the first examination, out of the 10,000 examinees, 9,000 were eliminated. There were only 1,000 left. These 1,000 examinees had already entered the Daesan dynasty's reserve official database. It could be said that this first examination meant that they had 1 foot in the Daesan dynasty's officialdom. It had already been 3 days. The second examination would be held tomorrow. Wang Ku, this is your table number tomorrow. Take it. There will be a meal gathering later. You can be seated tomorrow morning. An official from the Ministry of Personnel passed a small token to him. Wasn't I first in the first examination? Why is it number 67868? Shouldn't it be table number 1? Wang Ku stared at him. All the examinees' table numbers are random. They are not arranged according to the ranking of the first examination, the official from the Ministry of Personnel said. Then it doesn't matter. However, isn't this too early? I remember that you only gave it to me right before the first examination. Wang Ku asked curiously. Sorry. Logically speaking, I should have given it to you earlier. At that time, I just kept it for you for a while. The official from the Ministry of Personnel explained. At that time, they were afraid that Wang Ku, who was recommended by the Temple of Combat, would cause trouble. This time, Wang Ku was already on the list of names that many people paid attention to. This group of officials in charge of daily necessities naturally did not dare to do anything to him. All right then. Let's go, bring me to eat, Wang Ku said. Actually, with Wang Ku's cultivation, it did not matter whether he ate or not. However, it was too boring to be cooped up in this room every day. It would be good to go out for a walk. Soon, Wang Ku arrived at the dining area. There were dozens of people in the dining area who had already started eating. This is the examinees' dining area? Isn't this the cafeteria's buffet? Wang Ku was stunned. With great familiarity, Wang Ku took a plate and walked to a long vegetable section. He chose the dishes he liked and placed them on the plate. Then, he took a glass of wine and went to find a seat. At that moment, the examinees were eating and chatting in groups of 3 to 5. It was just like the cafeteria when Wang Ku was in school. All the examinees saw Wang Ku's arrival. They were all pointing at him and whispering about Wang Ku. Wang Ku looked around. No one invited him, so he did not mind. Suddenly, Wang Ku's eyes lit up. He actually saw someone familiar. At a corner table, there was an examinee in white. He was eating with his head lowered and did not even look at Wang Ku. However, Wang Ku recognized him. Qing Baichuan? He's also an examinee? Also, why does his face still have pimples? Didn't he use my antidote? Wang Ku said in surprise. After being surprised, Wang Ku carried his plate and walked towards Qing Baichuan. Qing Baichuan raised his head and saw Wang Ku coming. His expression changed instantly. He carried his plate and was about to leave. Old Qing, why are you running? I won't eat you, Wang Ku suddenly said. Qing Baichuan's expression froze. He could only sit down gloomily and said in a low voice, How did you recognize me? You're really funny. I can recognize your face even if it's turned to ashes. These familiar pimples, isn't it because of me? Weren't you chased by a group of officials and guards from the Ministry of Justice? Why are you here for the examination? Wang Ku asked curiously. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku with a complicated expression. Lower your voice, don't expose me. What do you mean? Wang Ku was stunned. I'm an imposter. I'm pretending to be an examinee with the surname Chen. I'm here for the examination, Qing Baichuan said to Wang Ku in a low voice. Wang Ku stared and said, In other words, Chao Xiong didn't lie? The one who knocked out the examinee, stole the scholar's book, and pretended to be an examinee to enter the examination hall wasn't me, but you? Lower your voice. You helped me disguise my face. So, if something happens to me, you'll be an accomplice. You won't be able to escape. Qing Baichuan suddenly glared and threatened. Who can prove that I helped you disguise your face? Wang Ku said disdainfully. Qing Baichuan. This, right? Who can prove it for me? Can't I frame you for this? Okay, it doesn't matter. I won't meddle in your business. I won't expose you. Anyway, there's no benefit for me. Wait, I remember, you have a bounty of 15 million kilograms of spirit stones? Wang Ku suddenly looked at Qing Baichuan with bright eyes. Qing Baichuan. P.S. End of 4th Watch. Chapter 594. In the examinee's cafeteria. Qing Baichuan looked at Wang Ku with a dark expression. What was going on? You want to report me? Accept the reward? Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I can also not report you, but you will pay for it. How about that? Wang Ku looked at the nervous Qing Baichuan and persuaded him. I will pay for it? Qing Baichuan's face darkened. Yes, I could have reported you and received 15 million caddies of spirit stones. Now, I won't report you. You can think of a way to get 15 million caddies of spirit stones for me. How about that? I think you can't refuse, right? Wang Ku said solemnly. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Was he threatening him? Don't worry, I don't want you to write an IOU. Let's make a gentleman's agreement. You and I both know that you owe me 15 million caddies of spirit stones. You can pay me back when you have the money. Wang Ku said again. Qing Baichuan was stunned. You don't want an IOU? Then I won't bother with you when I return. Did this person know how to calculate? Okay, no problem. It's a deal. Qing Baichuan agreed immediately. I'll agree to it first. When I achieve my goal, I'll deny the money. Wouldn't that be fine? This person was so gullible. Haha, deal. Wang Ku laughed happily. Wang Ku didn't want to anger Qing Baichuan. Qing Baichuan was in the essence soul realm. If he really pushed him to the edge, he would give up the exam and choose to escape. Who could catch him? Then what was the point of the reward? Not only would he not get anything, but he would also gain an enemy? To Wang Ku, this was a source of extra income. There was no loss even if there was no reward. Maybe Qing Baichuan would agree to it? Sure enough, he was really out of his mind. In an instant, the two of them had a dead agreement, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Old Qing, you're really something. You're already a fugitive, but you still want to take the exam. You even snatched someone else's admission ticket to take the exam? What are you thinking? If you want to be an official, why did you become a fugitive? Wang Ku asked curiously. Qing Baichuan stared at Wang Ku. You really don't know who I am? Didn't you say that? Who else could you be? Wang Ku asked in surprise. Qing Baichuan also looked at Wang Ku in surprise. In the end, he said with a strange expression, That's right. It's been spread around these days that you came from the 100,000 mountains. I haven't paid attention to the 100,000 mountains for many years, so it's normal that you don't know me. However, I'm really surprised that you can write the splendid landscape map in the 8-legged essay. Don't change the topic. Did you just say that you have another identity? Tell me about it. Wang Ku asked curiously. Qing Baichuan's face darkened. You don't even know my name, so why should I brag to you? Just as the two of them were eating and chatting, a discordant voice suddenly appeared at their table. Wang Ku? It's really you. You copied the article from before, didn't you? A slightly jealous voice sounded. Wang Ku was stunned. Who was telling the truth? Yasushi Simon? It's you? Wang Ku looked at the person who suddenly appeared in surprise. There were two examinees behind Yasushi Simon. The three of them held their plates and looked at Wang Ku together. Qing Baichuan's face stiffened, and he immediately lowered his head to eat. Obviously, Qing Baichuan should know Yasushi Simon. At this moment, he was worried that Yasushi Simon would recognize him. It's me. Wang Ku, they don't believe that you copied it, but I'm sure that you did. What ability do you have to write the Ode to Xianghua? It's definitely not written by you. Yasushi Simon's eyes were filled with jealousy. Yes, I said it, but no one believes me. Your father doesn't believe me either. Why don't you go back and help me explain to your father? Wang Ku nodded. Yasushi Simon stared at Wang Ku. Are you mocking me? Yasushi Simon, don't be so serious. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. You and I are considered old friends. It's rare for us to come to the exam together. Let's sit down and have a meal together. Isn't it good to think about the future? These two must be your friends, right? Introduce them to me. In the future, when my Shenhuang Company branch is set up, I will give you a discount. Wang Ku immediately said politely. Yasushi Simon stared at Wang Ku. You motherf asterisk cur. Last time, you snatched all my money, hung me up, and took pictures of me naked. Now you still want to be friends with me? Wang Ku, give up. Let me tell you, it's impossible between you and Princess Serene Moon. In this exam, only the new top scorer can be the princess's teacher. Can you pass the next few exams? Yasushi Simon sneered. Wait, what did you say? Serene Moon's teacher? Wang Ku suddenly became serious. That's right. In this exam, I will definitely be Princess Serene Moon's teacher. Wang Ku, I advise you to go back to your Sherwan Mountains. You will only see a tragedy if you come here and embarrass yourself. Yasushi Simon sneered. What do you mean? Do you think you can be the top scorer? Serene Moon will not hire you even if she wants to hire a home tutor. Wang Ku said disdainfully. Humph, this time I will definitely succeed. I will definitely become Princess Serene Moon's teacher. Yasushi Simon said coldly. Yasushi Simon's confidence came from the Minister of War, Jiebingjia. Jiebingjia had promised Yasushi Simon that he would help Yasushi Simon cheat. Although he didn't help him in the first exam, he couldn't help him in the first exam. Next, I have someone backing me. Won't I definitely win? Then you have to have the ability to do so. Wait until you really become the top scorer in this exam. Besides, with me around, what's the use of Serene Moon having another teacher? Wang Ku said disdainfully. Wait until I see Serene Moon and kidnap her to the Sherwan Mountains. Will you still go with me? Yasushi Simon also mocked Wang Ku because he was jealous of Wang Ku. In the end, Wang Ku wasn't provoked, which made Yasushi Simon very uncomfortable. Once he was uncomfortable, it was easy for him to get hot-headed and say something inappropriate. For example, at this moment Yasushi Simon leaned over to Wang Ku's ear and whispered, Is Princess Serene Moon's teacher really useless? The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. I will win the princess's heart and finally marry Serene Moon. I want to. Yasushi Simon didn't finish his words. Suddenly, he saw an extra plate in front of him. Bang! It was Wang Ku who smashed his plate on Yasushi Simon's face. Yasushi Simon was suddenly attacked. His nose bled and his face was bruised. If you want to pursue Serene Moon, I won't stop you. I'll give you a chance to compete fairly because I believe you don't have the ability. Damn it, who are you disgusting to say it in such a low voice? Are you disgusting me or Serene Moon? Are you looking for a beating? Wang Ku glared at him. Young Master Shiman. Two of Yasushi Simon's companions immediately supported the retreating Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon was suddenly slapped in the face by Wang Ku and immediately became angry. Wang Ku, how dare you hit me? I'm hitting a wretched man like you. What can't you say openly? You're sneaking around and making the conversation sound dirty. Damn it, it's fine if you're talking about others, but you're talking about Serene Moon? If you're not looking for a beating, what are you doing? Wang Ku glared at him. You're looking for death. This is not the 100,000 mountains. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Beat him up. Yasushi Simon roared. Old Ching, stop eating. Get up and fight with me. I'll forgive your debt of 5 million kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ku glared at Ching Baichuan, who was eating with his head lowered, and pulled him up. Yasushi Simon was in the essence soul realm. He would be at a disadvantage if he continued to fight. It just so happened that there was a debtor here, so he pulled him up to fight. Ching Baichuan's expression was extremely ugly when he was pulled up. Can't you see that I'm hiding from Yasushi Simon? Can't you see that my head is almost buried in my rice? Damn it, why did you pull me up? You even brought a helper? Beat him up. Yasushi Simon immediately pounced over. Boom. Qing Baichuan was forced to join the fight helplessly. Damn it, how many years has it been since I got into a fight because of jealousy? If this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone. However, at this moment, Yasushi Simon's head was filled with jealousy, and Wang Ku was unwilling to lose. Suddenly, a monstrous storm was set off in the cafeteria. Rumble! In an instant, the dining tables collapsed one after another. The surrounding candidates retreated, and a large number of buffet food spilled all over the ground. Essence Soul Realm. What was the Essence Soul Realm? Even if Yasushi Simon and Qing Bai suppressed their auras, it was still extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the cafeteria collapsed. Outside, countless guards quickly surrounded them. The official from the Ministry of Personnel, who was in charge of Wang Ku, stared with his eyes wide open. Last time, the old dog Murong burned down the dormitory, and this time, Wang Ku directly destroyed the cafeteria. It's over, it's over. I just left for a short while. How can such a big thing happen? How am I going to report this to my superiors? It's really hard for me. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said in despair. Rumble. After a while, the guards quickly stopped the fight. The people from the War God Temple outside naturally didn't know. If they knew that Wang Ku was bullied, they would definitely cause a ruckus. This was an isolated area for candidates. Outsiders couldn't enter. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you want to take the exam? If you continue to cause trouble, you will be disqualified. Who is causing trouble? A shout was heard. It was obviously a person in charge of the Ministry of Personnel who was angry. However, after seeing the two parties, the person in charge of the Ministry of Personnel froze. On one side was the Prime Minister's son, Yasushi Simon. On the other side was the first place of the War God Temple's recommendation. Both of them were immortals. He couldn't afford to offend them. All right. Go back and rest. Don't eat. The examination is tomorrow. Don't cause trouble. The person in charge could only say a few words symbolically. Wang Ku, let's settle this after the examination. Yasushi Simon glared at him and scolded. Bah, who do you think you are? If it wasn't for the fact that it's not easy to be an official in the Ministry of Personnel, I would have smashed your head. Wang Ku glared at him and scolded. You're only in the nascent soul realm. How dare you smash my head? If it wasn't for this ugly guy helping you, would I have been injured? Also, ugly guy, what's your name? How dare you meddle in my business? Yasushi Simon glared at Qing Baichuan, whose face was full of pimples. Old Qing, ignore him. Who does he think he is? Wang Ku immediately comforted him. Qing Baichuan turned his head away. Clearly, he was afraid that Yasushi Simon would recognize him. All right. Let's go back. The person in charge tried to smooth things over. Humph. Wang Ku and Yasushi Simon snorted at each other. Although Wang Ku wasn't injured, his clothes were torn. He had lost his seat number for the examination tomorrow. Not only did Wang Ku lose his seat, but so did Yasushi Simon. The two of them immediately picked up a seat number each. Under the Ministry of Personnel's anxious invitation, they returned to their respective residences. After returning to his residence, Wang Ku naturally had to take a bath and change his clothes. After changing, he looked at his seat number. 876? I remember that I was 678? Did I remember wrongly? Did I remember it from right to left? Wang Ku was stunned. 678 and 876. The two seat numbers were about the same. Wang Ku didn't think much of it. After taking a bath, he had a good sleep and waited for the second examination the next day. Author's note: let's explode again today. First update. Chapter 595. The highly anticipated second round of the examination had officially begun. Early in the morning, the veterans of the Hall of War were led by old dog Murong to the spectators' stand of the Confucian Temple. They were waiting with snacks and tea in their hands. Did you tell the God of War? Why isn't he here? Old dog Murong asked one of the veterans. I did. The Yellow God of War was worried that the officials would seek revenge on him, so he went to the Prime Minister himself. Don't worry, said one of the veterans. Why isn't the Yellow God of War here on such an important day? Old Dog Mouron glared at him. Maybe the Yellow God of War thinks that Wang Ku's first round was a coincidence, so he's afraid that he would embarrass himself in front of Wang Ku, said the veteran. How is it embarrassing? How is it embarrassing? Who says that Wang Ku won't do well in the second round? I'm the one who recommended him. Old Dog Mouron glared at him. But what if Wang Ku fails in the second round? Won't we embarrass ourselves by coming here? Said one of the veterans with a frown. What if Wang Ku passes the second round? Does that mean you have nothing to do with the second round? Old Dog Mouron glared at him. The veteran's face darkened. You're right. We have a part to play in Wang Ku's success. It's all thanks to our support that he managed to do well in the first round. I can brag about it in the future. It doesn't matter if he doesn't do well in the first round. It's not like it's the first time we've embarrassed ourselves in the imperial examinations. The veterans immediately reached a consensus. They continued to eat snacks and watch the examination. The glory would belong to them, and it was fine even if there was a scandal. They were thick-skinned. Guja guja. They were having a great time eating. Meanwhile, the candidates were entering the square of the Confucian Temple. Outside the Confucian Temple, in a corner, the Minister of War took off his armor and looked at the person in the darkness. Sir, the candidates were quarantined yesterday, so I couldn't report to you. The examination is about to start today, so I'm here to report to you, said the man in the dark respectfully. Is it done? Jiebingjia asked in a deep voice. Yes. Although the seat number is random, I still used some tricks to give young Master Yasushi Simon a fixed seat number. We will tamper with that seat number. The arrangements have already been made. Now the dust has settled. The person in the dark said respectfully. That's good, then there's no problem. Jiebingjia nodded with satisfaction. Sir, shouldn't we let Yasushi Simon know about this so that he can be prepared? The man in the dark asked. Cheating in the imperial examinations is a serious crime. Who could afford to take the blame? Yasushi Simon wasn't shrewd enough. What if he spilled the beans? The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once the dust settled, everything would be fine. Right now, how many people know about this? Jiebingjia said in a solemn voice. Sir, don't worry. I'm the only one who knows about this. The others don't know what I'm doing. Only you and I know about it. The man in the dark said solemnly. Good. Remember, don't let a third person know about this. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Jiebingjia said in a deep voice. Sir, don't worry. I won't make such a mistake. How could there be any cheating in the imperial examinations? No, there's nothing at all. The man in the dark said in a deep voice. Jiebingjia nodded in satisfaction and walked into the Confucian Temple. The person in the darkness also flashed and disappeared from where he was. Inside the Confucian Temple, Wang Ku sat at his desk. Seat number was 876. It was number 876. Since the seat number was random, Wang Ku did not mind. All the candidates took their seat. Shimen Shunshue led the examiners to the examiner's stand, just like the previous day. At this moment, the surroundings were the same as during the first examination. The only difference was that 90% of the examinees were gone. Out of the 10,000 examinees, only 1,000 remained. Shimen Shunshue stood at the examiner's stand and looked at the examinees who had stood up to welcome the examiners. Only Wang Ku, who was not far away, was still sitting there drinking tea with his legs crossed, looking as if he did not care. TSK, why are you all looking at me? You want to be an official, so you're fawning over the examiners. I don't want to be an official, so what am I supposed to do? I'm the leader of a faction in the 100,000 mountains. Do you think I don't care about my reputation anymore? I don't want to be an official in the first place. I'm just going through the motions. I'll drink my tea, Wang Ku said disdainfully. In disdain, Wang Ku picked up his teacup and took another sip. Ah, not bad, good tea. The examiners in the distance looked at Wang Ku with a black face. However, since the Prime Minister did not say anything, no one dared to say anything. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first examination. There's no need to be too nervous. The results of the first examination are only the ticket to the second examination. It doesn't mean anything. I hope that all of you will continue to work hard for the second examination. Those who pass the second examination will directly become grand scholars. I hope that all of you will make good use of this opportunity, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes, all the examinees said excitedly. For the second examination, for the sake of fairness, there will be a pasting system. All of you, please look at the examination paper. There is your name and scholar's book number. All examinees, please fill in the paper before answering, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. Yes, all the examinees replied. For this examination, the first examination is about literary talent. All of you have already proven yourselves. For the second examination, we will not be testing your literary talent, but your ability. We will be testing your ability to lead troops in battle, Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. All the examinees looked at Simon Shunsway and waited for the questions of the second examination. A few years ago, the Daesan dynasty experienced a great battle known as the Battle of the Een Mountain. The Battle of the Een Mountain was a battle between the Orthodox Tao and the Demon Tao, as well as the participation of the Demon Tao. It could be said that it was a battle that everyone knows of. Although the battle has ended, the significance of that battle is far-reaching and extremely tragic. Now, all of you will write a Battle of the Een Mountain from the perspective of those who have experienced it. The final results of the second examination will be determined based on your military ability, Simon Shunsway said. What? Battle of the Een Mountain? Prime Minister, you are purposely making things difficult for the War God Temple. Wang Ku doesn't know the situation of the Een Mountain battle. How is he going to write a battle strategy? Is he going to write about how to deploy troops and generals? From the perspective of those who came after, he will review the battle and rearrange the troops to defend against the demons? That's not fair. Old Dog Murong immediately jumped up. Silence, Simon Shunsway said coldly. Old Dog Murong, who was far away, looked anxious. Did the War God Temple not participate in the Battle of the Een Mountain? Many of the War God Temple's generals have participated in the battle. Are they not familiar with this battle? This battle has already been announced to the world. Who in the Daesan dynasty doesn't know about it? The imperial exam selection ceremony isn't about becoming an official with just literary talent. Other than literary talent, you also need to have various abilities. If you become an official, how will you deal with the demons and demons attacking the city? These are all abilities. The Great Shan dynasty has already announced the Battle of the Een Mountain to the world. If there are still people who don't know about it, then they are ignorant of the Great Shan dynasty's national situation and don't care about the Great Shan dynasty's propaganda. The Great Shan dynasty can't afford to use such ignorant people, Simon Shunsway said coldly. But, Old Dog Murong looked anxious. If you disturb the examinees again, you will leave the examination hall immediately, Simon Shunsway said coldly. Old Dog Murong looked gloomy. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. It's over. Damn it. We all participated in the Battle of the Een Mountain, but Wang Ku didn't. How is he going to answer? How is he going to arrange the troops? Old Dog Murong said gloomily. Old Dog Murong, why didn't you mention it to Wang Ku in advance? An old soldier glared at him. Mention it my ass. He's a bumpkin who just came out of the 100,000 mountains. I didn't even have time to mention it. Old Dog Murong said angrily. I think it's useless even if you mention it. Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. Why? Everyone looked at Zhang Jingdao. This time, it's the Een Mountain military strategy. It's going to test the deployment of troops, the ability to command, and the overall control of the situation. It's going to be written in the style of the civil officials. Do you think you can write it? You only know how to write F***ck them. That's all, right? Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. The group of old soldiers. Isn't it just F***ck them? We can also deploy troop. Zhang Jingdao, whose side are you on? Old Dog Murong glared. Of course I'm on your side. I just think that they're targeting Wang Ku. Wang Ku definitely has no chance this time. No wonder the god of war didn't come. Zhang Jingdao said. This group of treacherous civil officials. Bah, they only know how to trip us up. The group of old soldiers cursed. Hand in your papers before sunset. Start answering now. Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice from afar. Yes. All the examinees shouted. As they spoke, everyone began to ponder and answer the questions. Wang Ku was completely dumbfounded. What was this? What battle of the Een Mountain? What Een Mountain? I've never heard of it. If you told me about the underground battle, the landmine battle, or the chicken dinner battle, I could write something new for you. What Een Mountain? What the hell? Right? Right my ass. Forget it, let's continue drinking tea. I don't plan to become an official anyway. As he spoke, Wang Ku raised his right hand again. Whoosh. All the examiners looked over again. Could it be that this Wang Ku could still play some tricks? An examiner immediately walked forward. What's the matter? There's no more tea. Who's going to refill my cup? Wang Ku pointed at the tea in his cup. The examiner. F***ck, you're doing this again? Do you need to drink tea to be inspired? The examiner didn't need the Prime Minister to say anything and immediately went to pour tea. After pouring the tea, Wang Ku sat on the chair. He didn't take the exam. He drank the tea and crossed his legs. At the same time, he looked around the stands. Wang Ku is looking at us? What's he doing? Old Dog Murong was puzzled. Don't tell me he wants us to help him cheat? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Cheat? The veteran ruffians' faces stiffened. Cheat? Who would dare? This was the imperial examination of the Daisan dynasty. Even if the veterans of the Temple of War were lawless, they wouldn't dare to cheat. If they were caught, it would be a serious crime. They didn't want to die, so why would they dare to cheat? The veteran ruffians immediately turned their faces away. Wang Ku looked at the veteran ruffians with a strange expression. What's wrong with all of you? You don't even dare to look at me? I don't need your help. I'm looking for Serene Moon. I stayed for the second round because Old Dog Murong told me that Serene Moon would come. I'm looking for Serene Moon. Why don't I see her? Where is she? Wang Ku looked around the spectator stands, looking for Princess Serene Moon. P.S. Second update. Chapter 596. Old Dog Murong said that Serene Moon would come, but where was she? Wang Ku looked around again, but there was still no sign of Serene Moon. The veterans from the War God Temple all turned their heads away, not daring to look at Wang Ku. Wang Ku misunderstood. Are they guilty? They lied to me. Serene Moon didn't come at all. They lied to me about the exam? What the F***ck? Wang Ku glared at Old Dog Murong and the others angrily. Old Dog Murong and the rest of the veterans turned their faces away. Is Wang Ku still looking at us? Old Dog Murong asked Zhang Jingdao. He's looking at you, and he looks like he wants to tear you apart. Zhang Jingdao said. What the F***ck, Wang Ku, do you really want us to help you cheat? This is the imperial examination, the national talent selection ceremony. Who dares to cheat? Do you want to die? That's right, that's right. You can't blame us if you don't know about the battle at Een Mountain. What's the point of looking at us? Just write whatever you want. The group of veteran ruffians were depressed. Examinees, answer the questions carefully. Don't look around. A cold voice came from the examiner's area. The voice was directed at Wang Ku. It was like a sound wave that shocked Wang Ku as a warning. "It's none of your business." Wang Ku glared at him. "How dare you? You're looking down on the exam venue, and you'll be expelled." The examiner shouted coldly. "All right, I'm leaving." Wang Ku stood up and was about to leave. The examiner was speechless. "Shouldn't you be begging for mercy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Take off your armor." "What's wrong with Wang Ku looking around? Is there a rule in the imperial examination that forbids looking around? Wang Ku is looking for inspiration. What right do you have to expel him from the examination hall? This is obviously revenge." Old Dog Murong suddenly jumped out. "That's right, Wang Ku. Don't listen to him. Continue with the exam." A group of veterans also shouted. "Prime Minister, please be the judge." When did Wang Ku look down on the examination hall? He was looking for inspiration. He was looking everywhere for material. Was that wrong? Just because Wang Ku was recommended by my war god temple, you want to suppress him on purpose? Is there something wrong with this question? Murong Old Dog shouted. Not far away, Simon Shunsway looked at the group of veteran ruffians with a dark expression. Was he acting shamelessly? "If it wasn't for the fact that I have other objectives for this examination, I would have taught you a lesson. The imperial examination is the fairest and most impartial examination in the Daisan dynasty. There is no such thing as revenge. Since Wang Ku is looking around for inspiration, I will allow it. Minister of War, don't mention it again. Wang Ku, please answer the questions. Let us see how capable the person recommended by the War God Temple is to be able to make the War God Temple so noisy in the examination hall." Simon Shunsway said in a deep voice. "Yes." Jiebingjia retreated with a dark expression. The faces of the veteran ruffians from the War God Temple froze. Was the Prime Minister angry? Was he going to whip Wang Ku's corpse and taunt the War God Temple? Simon Shunsway looked at the ruffians with a dark expression. He didn't pay attention to Wang Ku in the first place. "You asked for it." Wang Ku, who was just about to leave, looked at Old Dog Murong and the rest with a dark expression. "You guys are making things worse for me. Didn't you see Serene Moon? I finally found an excuse to leave, but you guys dragged me back? Aren't you causing trouble for me?" "I don't know how to write," Wang Ku said directly. Simon Shunsway looked at Wang Ku. The examiner's eyes also lit up as they looked at Wang Ku. Sigh. Old Dog Murong and the rest sighed. "The person recommended by the War God Temple wants to be a deserter?" Simon Shunsway said coldly. This was also Simon Shunsway's way of helping the civil officials vent their anger. It was considered a slap to the War God Temple's face. This matter ended here. However, Old Dog Murong and the rest couldn't stand it. "Wang Ku, the people of the War God Temple would rather die than be a deserter. You can write. It doesn't matter if you write nonsense. The most important thing is that you can't be a deserter. Otherwise, no one in the War God Temple will tolerate you." Old Dog Murong shouted with a glare. "Wang Ku, I can't King leave today?" He glared fiercely at Old Dog Murong. "What are you guys doing here? You lied to me that Serene Moon is here, but there's nothing. Now you want me to write? What am I supposed to write? Damn, the Een Mountain military strategy? I haven't even heard of Een Mountain before. How am I supposed to write it? Am I supposed to write Sun Tzu's Art of War to scare you guys to death?" Although he was angry, Wang Ku still suppressed the anger in his heart. He had no choice. The Shunwang Company wanted to open a branch in the benevolent God Temple. He still needed the help of the local tyrant. He couldn't afford to offend the War God Temple now. Isn't it just writing nonsense? Come on. Wang Ku took a deep breath and looked at the roll of paper on the table. There was a line on the left. This was where he would paste his name later. Wang Ku first wrote his name and the examination ticket number in the scholar's book. He took a deep breath and looked at the huge blank space on the right. Do I have to answer the Mountain military strategy here? Looking at the blank space, Wang Ku's face darkened. What am I supposed to write? At this moment, all the examiners stared at Wang Ku. The veterans of the War God Temple stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku's face twitched as he held the brush. He lifted the brush and put it down. A bunch of lunatic. I already said that I don't know how to. Wang Ku wrote in his heart. Since you guys are forcing me to write, I'll scold you guys. It's good that you guys get angry just by looking at it. However, when Wang Ku put the brush down, a strange scene happened on the paper in front of him. He saw Wang Ku write a bunch of lunatic. I already said that I don't know how to write. The 12 words disappeared as soon as they were written. That doesn't make sense. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Wang Ku looked at the paper in shock. Did he not dip it in ink? Why did the words disappear? The 12 words disappeared, but in an instant they appeared again. He saw that the words on the test paper had changed to Mountain is located at the border of good and evil. Wang Ku rubbed his eyes. What the F***ck, am I hallucinating today? I clearly didn't write these words. Why did they become other words? Is there something wrong? Wang Ku immediately raised his hand again. The surrounding examiners and people from the War God Temple looked over. They saw an examiner quickly bring another cup of tea to Wang Ku. This time, Wang Ku didn't even have to speak. Wang Ku, your tea. The examiner was about to leave after delivering the tea. No, I don't want the tea. There's something wrong with this ink and paper. Look, the words I wrote are different from the words on the paper. Wang Ku said to the examiner. The examiner turned his head away with a dark expression. Are you kidding me? You wrote on the paper. Isn't it the same? What tricks are you playing now? Wang Ku, the Prime Minister, all the examiners, and people from the War God Temple are watching. Please answer the questions quietly. Don't disturb the other examinees. The examiner said in a deep voice. Wang Ku's face stiffened. But there's something wrong with this ink and paper. Everyone's is the same. Please don't say any more. The examiner said. Everyone's is the same? Wang Ku was stunned. He immediately retracted the report that was about to come out of his mouth. After the examiner left, Wang Ku started to answer the questions on the test paper curiously again. Wang Ku wrote and wrote. The more he wrote, the more words he wrote. However, every word he wrote suddenly disappeared. Then, different words appeared on the test paper. What the hell, everyone's the same. Is the second part of the Imperial examination a magic performance? This wasn't written by me at all. Where did all the profanities I wrote go? Where did all the profanities I wrote go? Not a single one of them is gone? This test paper even has an automatic screen? Wang Ku stared at the test paper with wide eyes. However, as he wrote, Wang Ku realized that something was wrong. Because the words that appeared on the test paper in front of him slowly revealed a huge military map. It seemed to be a military formation. It explained the advantages and disadvantages of the different sides of the battle at Mountain and the timing of their appearance. Wang Ku's expression was strange. He continued to write. Slowly, the test paper was filled. The key point was that on this test paper, other than the name and examination ticket number that were written by himself, everything else had changed. This is cheating in the Imperial examination in the cultivation world? Wang Ku raised his eyebrows. He finally understood what was going on. Wang Ku looked at Old Dog Murong and the others in disbelief. This War God Temple is really resourceful. They can even cheat in the civil official examination? It seems that I still underestimated the power of the War God Temple. Was it Old Dog Murong and the others who helped me cheat? Wang Ku frowned and looked into the distance in surprise. On the viewing platform, Old Dog Murong scratched his nose and looked at the examination room with a puzzled expression. What's with Wang Ku's expression? Why is he looking so surprised when he sees us? I don't know either. The group of veterans were also puzzled. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Only Yasushi Simon, who was at the 6th and 7th exam table, had an ugly expression. What's wrong with Big Brother Jia? Didn't he promise me that he would help me during the imperial examination? I've already passed the first exam. The second exam is set by the Ministry of War. Big Brother Jia, why don't you help me? Why don't I see any signs of you helping me? Yasushi Simon was very depressed. Yasushi Simon looked at Jiebingjiao in the distance. Jiebingjiao's expression suddenly changed. He complained in his heart, Yasushi Simon, is this all you're capable of? Why are you looking at me? What if someone finds out that I helped you cheat? What should I do? Don't stare at me. Are you crazy? Jiebingjia cursed Yasushi Simon to death in his heart. He turned his face away and refused to look at Yasushi Simon. He was worried that someone would find out that he had helped Yasushi Simon cheat this time. Yasushi Simon also cursed Jiebingjia to death in his heart. F*ck, you promised to help me, but now you're not helping me. If you didn't agree to help me in the beginning, I would have thought of other ways. What should I do now? Can't I write a military strategy? Jiebingjia ignored Yasushi Simon. Yasushi Simon didn't dare to question him at this moment. He could only answer gloomily. All the examinees were answering with their hearts. All of them were racking their brains to come up with a military strategy. Only Wang Ku was caught in a strange atmosphere. He looked at the military strategy that wasn't written by him and didn't know what to do for a moment. The War God Temple can help me cheat now, but I can't cheat forever. This isn't good for me. If I'm found out and Serene Moon finds out, won't my character be questioned? What if my father-in-law misunderstands my character and doesn't let me be with Serene Moon? F*ck, won't I be in trouble? Wang Ku's expression was ugly. After Wang Ku finished writing, he sat on the chair and thought about what to do. He waited until evening, but he still couldn't come up with a foolproof plan. Time's up. All examinees, put down your papers and sit there without moving. The invigilator will immediately paste your names and collect your papers. The invigilator will immediately mark the papers and give the results to show fairness. A loud shout rang out. All the examinees immediately put down their brushes. P.S. Third update, there's one more update today. Chapter 597. In the examination hall of the Confucian Temple, the names of the candidates were all covered in paper. Wang Ku's paper was also covered in paper. There were more than 1,000 papers, but there were also many examiners. The examiners immediately started marking the papers. To ensure fairness, everyone waited patiently for the results to be announced on the spot. Covering the names of the candidates was not as simple as covering them up. Even with spells, the examiners would not be able to see the names of the candidate. The workers quickly took away the brushes and ink on the tables. They also served snacks and tea to the candidates. Everyone was waiting for the result. It's getting dark. Old dog, are we still going to wait here? A veteran said with a frown. Of course, the people of the Temple of War are fighting. Are you going to leave? Don't tell anyone that we know you. Old dog Murong glared at him. That's right. Our War God Temple will never be deserters. The group of veteran ruffians immediately said. But will Wang Ku pass? The veteran asked worriedly. The group of veteran ruffians fell silent. Pass? Pass my ass. Wang Ku had never heard of Een Mountain before. Now, he had to write about the battle's formation. If he could pass, how could those who had fought on the front lines endure? I saw that Wang Ku seemed to have filled up the entire paper. Zhang Jingdao said from the side. Is that so? The examiners were confused. What did he write? Under such circumstances, how could Wang Ku brag about the entire paper? They did not dare to imagine it. If the Temple of War never deserted, and if they were not provoked by Simon Shunsui, they would have run away a long time ago. Marking the papers was a huge project. The examiners took turns to mark the papers and compare them. They were busy until dawn. Finally, all 1,000 papers were marked. The examiners were struggling. They stared at the two papers, unable to make a decision. Prime Minister, now that the grades of all the papers are out, the first place is in a bit of a difficult position. These two papers are the best of the best. The one on the left is righteous, and the arrangement of troops is very stable and flawless. It is the best of the best. The one on the right was an unconventional one, using the art of surprise troops to arrange the troops. It was also exceptionally brilliant and was also one of the best. Prime Minister, please make a decision. An examiner said. That's right, we all agree. The examiners looked at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister stared at the two papers and pondered for a moment. If it were any other time, I would choose the one on the left, because the most important thing in marching is to be safe. We can't be greedy and advance prematurely. Only by using defense as an attack can we achieve victory. A surprise attack might have miraculous effects, but it was not the right path. If it was in the past, I would have chosen the left as the first choice. But today, I want to choose the elite soldier on the right as the first. The one on the right. A group of examiners frowned but did not refute. Only the Minister of War, Jiebingjia, asked in a low voice, Prime Minister, why? Why did you choose the one on the right as the first? There is no reason. The Prime Minister shook his head, as if he was unwilling to say. Oh, Prime Minister, I know why. I am familiar with your son, and I can recognize it at a glance. The one on the left is the handwriting of your son, Yasushi Simon, right? Jiebingjia smiled. What? It's young Master Shimon's? A group of examiners exclaimed in shock. Prime Minister, I know that you want to avoid suspicion and don't want your son to be the first. But, Prime Minister, you are not Yasushi Simon's father now. You are the chief examiner of this imperial examination. How can you be biased just to avoid suspicion? Jiebingjia said instantly. All the examiners looked at Simon Shunsui together. Simon Shunsui frowned slightly. Prime Minister, as the saying goes, one should not avoid one's relatives. Young Master Shimon has such ability, why must you suppress him? As examiners, the most important thing is to be fair. I implore the Prime Minister to prioritize the fairness of the country and choose the one on the left as the first. Jiebingjia said immediately. Jiebingjia could tell at a glance that the essay on the left was written by him. He was the one who helped Yasushi Simon cheat. As the Minister of War, he knew the topic in advance, prepared in advance, checked the information, and was the examiner. If he still couldn't get the first place, wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? Prime Minister, one should not avoid one's relatives. Please maintain the fairness of the examination. A group of examiners shouted immediately. This wasn't going against Shimon Shunsui, because this paper belonged to Shimon Shunshui's son. This was giving a gift to Prime Minister Shimon, so of course everyone stood out. Simon Shunsui had a strange expression on his face. Alright, since all of you think that the one on the left should be the first, then the one on the left should be the first. Shimon Shunshui was also puzzled. Shimon Shunshui knew what his son was capable of. He did not have the ability to write such an essay, but this handwriting? Forget it, he couldn't belittle his son in front of everyone. Since it was fair, then it should be fair. The first rays of the morning sun shone down. Everyone had been waiting for the whole night. Some of the old ruffians had fallen asleep in the stands. Now, all the papers have been marked and the rankings have been determined. Now, we will begin to remove the stickers and announce the names. An examiner shouted loudly. They have finished marking? Old Dog Murong rubbed his sleepy eyes. The old ruffians from the War God Temple didn't have much hope. They just didn't want to be deserters. Wasn't it just registering names? At most, they wouldn't be able to register. It didn't matter to them. Rip. The first sticker was torn open. The first place of the second round of the Imperial examinations, recommended by the War God Temple, Wang Ku. An examiner who was in charge of registering the names shouted loudly. What? A group of examiners suddenly exclaimed. Wasn't the first place Yasushi Simon? How did it become Wang Ku? What's going on? I'm first? The war god temple cheated so well? Wang Ku, who was at the desk, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Countless examinees in the examination hall were in an uproar. After all, it was fine if Wang Ku was first in the first round, but the first in the second round was also Wang Ku? Everyone looked at Wang Ku. On the stands, Zhang Jingdao, what's going on? Why do I seem to have heard Wang Ku's name? Could it be that the civil officials are purposely ridiculing Wang Ku? Old dog Murong rubbed his eyes in confusion. It was obvious that he didn't hear it clearly. At this moment, Zhang Jingdao directly bit off the flatbread in his hand. First place? Wang Ku is first place again? This is F** King fake, right? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Slap, slap. Ah, Zhang Jingdao, why did you slap me? Old dog Murong was instantly awakened by the slap. Does it hurt? Zhang Jingdao glared at him. I tried hitting you, how can it not hurt? Old dog Murong glared at him. First place, Wang Ku is first again, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. In his excitement, he spat out a mouthful of flatbread onto old dog Murong's face. You dare to spit at me? Are you courting death? First place? I'll be the first to kill you. First place, first place? Wait, who did you say was first? Old dog Murong glared at him. Wang Ku's examination, Wang Ku is first again. This is F** King strange, there's a commotion over there. Zhang Jingdao shouted as he pointed into the distance. Old dog Murong suddenly quivered. Wang Ku is first? Am I F** King dreaming? Then, he saw a group of examiners arguing on the examiner's stand. How can it be Wang Ku? How can it be Wang Ku? Shouldn't it be Yasushi Simon? Jiebingjiao was the first to jump out and exclaim. This essay was clearly arranged for Yasushi Simon. How did it become Wang Ku's name? Yeah, this handwriting is different from Wang Ku's. Is there a mistake? No, it's Wang Ku's name and the number of the scholar's book. But, how could Wang Ku know about the battle at Yin Mountain? Moreover, the data of the various armies are written so accurately. This is impossible. Did Wang Ku cheat? The group of examiners looked at the examination paper doubtfully. The doubts of the examiners were immediately heard by Old Dog Murong. Old Dog Murong originally didn't have much hope for Wang Ku. But now Wang Ku actually got first? How could this be? More importantly, the group of examiners said that Wang Ku cheated again. F** they're slandering Wang Ku again? Old Dog Murong said angrily. Boom, boom, boom. Murong Lao Go immediately launched a series of kicks, kicking out all the old ruffians who had fallen asleep. Ah! Who kicked me? F** do you want to die? Who dares to kick me? You're courting death. The group of veterans suddenly shouted angrily. Kicking you is light. Hurry up and get to work. F** a group of people bullied the war god temple, and you're still sleeping? Why don't you sleep to death? Old Dog Murong shouted. What are you doing? Who bullied us? The group of veterans stared at him. Wang Ku got first place again. Now, this group of officials wants to take revenge on Wang Ku and accuse him of cheating. Old Dog Murong said with a glare. First place? The group of veterans was stunned for a moment and suddenly quivered. Look, Wang Ku's paper is in their hands. They're trying to nitpick and slander Wang Ku. They were the ones who decided to get first place. Now that it's Wang Ku, they don't want to admit it. Are they trying to bully us? Old Dog Murong said. F** is this something a human would do? The group of veterans suddenly jumped up. They even rushed to the examiner's table. The examinees also stared at the group of examiners. Suddenly, they all looked at Wang Ku with a puzzled expression. Among them, Yasushi Simon was the most shocked. The first place paper is my handwriting? My handwriting? How can it be? Yasushi Simon's expression changed. That night, Yasushi Simon kept cursing Jiebingjia in his heart. He blamed Jiebingjia for not helping him when he said he would. At this moment, Yasushi Simon suddenly remembered something. Seat number, seat number? Yasushi Simon looked at his seat number. Yasushi Simon's seat number was 678. I remember now. I didn't get it wrong before. Before I fought with Wang Ku, my seat number was 876. After the fight, I picked up my seat number from the floor and it became 678. I thought I remembered it wrongly. Did I remember it wrongly? Then Wang Ku's seat number is 876? I fought with Wang Ku and we took each other's seat number plates wrongly? Yasushi Simon's expression suddenly froze. In this way, everything made sense. Jiebingjia helped him cheat. Moreover, it was the first place paper. He even used his own handwriting. In the end, because he took the wrong seat number with Wang Ku's, it all benefited Wang Ku? This F** king, that's my first place paper. Mine. Yasushi Simon suddenly went crazy. P.S. End of fourth watch.